The future had arrived with a promise: enhance the body, elevate the mind. In a world where genetic engineering had become as routine as a dental checkup, no one was surprised when they started hearing about people who could run faster than cars, see miles away in perfect clarity, or even lift weight that could crush a normal human. It was the next stage of evolution, or so the world thought, but evolution, like most things, wasn't as clean as it seemed. For every success story, there was an unsung tale of a human being torn apart by the very powers they thought they could control. Lu Hai had no interest in such lofty ideals. He wasn't a scientist or a visionary. He was just a guy, a quiet office worker with a nondescript job at a nondescript company in a city that could swallow you whole without a second glance. His life was about as exciting as a cup of stale coffee, and that suited him just fine. But sometimes, boredom made you do stupid things. When the company where he worked announced a new experimental program offering free genetic enhancements as part of a volunteer trial, Lu Hai didn't think twice. Free stuff was hard to come by, and after all, who wouldn't want to run faster than a speeding car, or see with the precision of an eagle? It wasn't like anyone else in his life was giving him anything worth getting excited over. So, he signed up. The testing facility was sleek and gleaming, all smooth lines and white lights. He could already feel the oppressive weight of technology pushing against him the moment he stepped in. The technicians there weren't interested in him. They were too busy setting up their equipment, their voices detached and professional as they led him to a sterile chair. They hooked electrodes up to his head and attached IVs to his arm, and all Lu Hai could think about was how long he could sit still before the cold, clinical atmosphere drove him crazy. Relax, Lu Hai, the lead scientist, a tall woman with unblinking eyes, said as she adjusted some dials on a machine. This is all routine. You're going to be part of the next phase in human evolution. It wasn't comforting. He blinked a few times, the slight unease curling in his stomach like a knot, but shrugged it off. Routine. Sure. What was there to worry about? The procedure was quick, but it was invasive. Lu Hai could feel something strange coursing through his bloodstream, as though his very DNA was being rewritten. A cold shiver ran up his spine, and before he could even register what was happening, the world around him blurred. When Lu Hai woke up, the first thing he noticed was how sharp everything was. The fluorescent lights above him were so clear, he could see the tiny filaments in the bulbs. His hearing was clearer too. He could hear the buzz of the air vents, the faintest sound of footsteps down the hallway. The quiet shuffle of a technician's feet outside the room made him flinch, and he turned his head toward the door without thinking. He'd never been this sensitive to sound before. You're awake, the technician said, her voice coming from far away, almost muffled. How are you feeling? Lu Hai blinked, his mind struggling to catch up. I don't know. Everything's so sharp. That's good, she said with a smile. It's working. The enhancements are taking hold. Lu Hai didn't ask what she meant. He wasn't sure he wanted to know. Instead, he sat up, and as he did, he noticed something else. He was moving too fast. His body felt lighter, as if gravity itself had taken a vacation. He stood up too quickly, and before he knew it, he was halfway across the room, his feet sliding on the smooth floor like he was a runner on a track. Whoa! Lu Hai yelped, skidding to a stop. He almost crashed into the lab table, but his reflexes kicked in just in time. His hands shot out, grabbing the edge of the table to steady himself. His heart raced. He hadn't meant to do that, but it was like his body was on autopilot, moving before his brain could catch up. Everything seems to be functioning properly, the technician said, writing something down on her clipboard. How's your vision? Lu Hai looked around, eyes wide. Everything was sharp. So sharp it hurt. He could see the texture of the walls, the fibers in his clothes. Even the tiniest specks of dust seemed to float in the air, suspended in a perfect, clear view. He squinted, and then the world around him came into even sharper focus. I think it's too much, he said, backing away from the walls. It's like I can see everything. That's the eagle vision, she said, nodding. You'll get used to it. It's a side effect of the enhancement. But it'll make everything easier, better reflexes, better perception. Your brain will adapt. Great, Lu Hai muttered, but his mind was still spinning. How could he have been so naive? This wasn't a simple upgrade. This was something else entirely. The technician gestured for him to sit back down, and when he did, he realized something else. His body felt different. Stronger. Not just in the sense that he felt more energetic, but in a raw, primal way. Like he could crush the lab bench with his bare hands if he wanted to. He clenched his fist, and his muscles bulged. Was that his body? Or had the machine done something else, something deeper, that he didn't understand? He tried to relax, but it wasn't easy. Something was wrong, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't the same person anymore. These powers, whatever they were, felt more like a trap than a gift. As the days passed, Lu Hai tried to get used to his new abilities, but it wasn't as simple as the technician had promised. His eagle vision didn't just let him see distant objects, it also made him hyper-aware of things he wasn't supposed to notice. Every conversation he overheard sounded like an interrogation, every glance from a stranger felt like an invasion. He could pick up on the tiniest details that no one else seemed to notice, the slight tremor in someone's voice, the way their fingers twitched when they lied, the heartbeat of the person standing next to him. It was overwhelming. His mind was constantly bombarded by information that he wasn't ready for. His speed was another problem. At first, he thought it would be fun, being able to move faster than anyone, to outpace cars, to run faster than a cheetah, but the reality was nothing like the fantasies. It wasn't a superpower. It was an addiction. His legs would start moving before he could stop them, and he found himself running without purpose, his body locked into an endless cycle of motion. He had to physically force himself to slow down, to stop, but the worst part was his strength. The strength of an ant, the scientists had told him. He didn't understand what that meant at first, but it didn't take long for him to find out. His hands were too strong for delicate tasks, he broke things without meaning to. The first time it happened, he had just been picking up a cup of coffee. The mug cracked in his hand, and hot coffee spilled everywhere. The second time, he ripped the door off its hinges when he opened it too forcefully. It was like his body had become a ticking time bomb, always ready to explode. Lu Hai tried to ignore the gnawing feeling of unease in his stomach. He tried to go about his daily life as though nothing had changed, but it was impossible. His abilities were like a ghost, lurking at the edges of his consciousness, waiting to break free. That he needed to talk to someone. He needed to know if what he was going through was normal. So, he reached out to a fellow test subject, a woman named Jiang Mei, who had been through the same program. They met at a small cafe on the outskirts of the city. The atmosphere was relaxed, but Lu Hai couldn't shake the feeling that they were both being watched by invisible eyes. Jiang Mei looked as exhausted as he felt, her eyes hollow and bloodshot, as if she hadn't slept in days. "I see you've been experiencing the same thing," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The speed, the vision, the strength, at first, it seems like a gift. But soon, you realize you're losing yourself." Lu Hai nodded, his fingers twitching nervously. "It's like I'm not in control anymore. I feel disconnected from everything. From myself. It's like the animal instincts are taking over." Jiang Mei's face hardened. "They are. And they'll keep taking over until you lose yourself entirely. We're becoming something else, Lu Hai. Not human anymore." Her words hung in the air like a death sentence, and for the first time since the procedure, Lu Hai felt a deep, gnawing fear in his chest. Maybe the real experiment wasn't about enhancing the human body at all. Maybe the real experiment was about erasing humanity from within. The tension between Lu Hai and Jiang Mei hung thick in the air, like the oppressive stillness before a storm. She had said the words he had been dreading to hear, "We're becoming something else." The question he had been avoiding for days, maybe even weeks, was now unavoidable. What if this transformation was irreversible? What if these abilities, meant to enhance human life, were nothing more than a veil for something far darker, something that would tear at the fabric of who he was? Jiang Mei leaned in closer, lowering her voice. We need to stop this, Lu Hai. It's not just about control anymore. It's about survival. If we don't find a way to get out of this, to reverse it, we're going to lose ourselves completely. Lu Hai didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared at the half-full coffee cup in front of him, his fingers tapping the table absent-mindedly. His mind was racing with the implications of her words. Reversal? Was there even a way to reverse this? Could he reverse what had already begun to happen to him? His thoughts flickered to the experiments, the ones where he had signed the waiver, never thinking for a moment that he might be the one to suffer the consequences. Jiang Mei's voice cut through his thoughts. There are others like us. People who've gone too far. Some of them are in hiding. Some of them are, she hesitated, her eyes darting to the door, as if checking for anyone who might be listening. Some of them are dangerous. Lu Hai leaned in, intrigued. Dangerous? Do you think it's a coincidence that we're the only ones who've been able to survive this long? She asked bitterly. There's a reason. The human mind wasn't designed to handle these kinds of changes. Some people, they can't keep it together. The animal instincts take over completely. They become monsters. Lu Hai felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Monsters. He could feel the animal instincts clawing at the edges of his mind, always just beneath the surface, whispering, waiting for him to slip. Was that his fate, too? To lose himself to these primal urges? He shook his head, as though trying to shake the thought free. So what's the plan? What do we do now? Jiang Mei's expression softened, but her eyes were still full of warning. We find out who's behind all of this. We get answers, or we end up like them. She gestured vaguely toward the window, toward the city beyond. We become casualties of progress. Lu Hai nodded, though the weight of her words settled heavily on his chest. He hadn't realized until this moment just how much danger he was truly in. It wasn't just about the powers he'd gained. It wasn't about the speed or the strength or the vision. It was about what those powers had done to his mind, and what they might continue to do. The days that followed blurred together in a haze of half-thoughts and fractured moments. Lu Hai kept trying to ignore the gnawing sensation that something inside him was slowly unraveling. He couldn't tell where his own body ended and where the animal instincts began. It was as though his mind was a room with a dozen doors, all of them opening at once, pulling him in 1,000 different directions. One moment, he would be standing in line at the grocery store, calmly waiting to pay for his food, and the next moment, his vision would blur, and his muscles would tense, his legs starting to twitch like he was about to sprint. His heart would race, his breath would quicken, and he'd have to fight to stop himself from running out of the store. His mind would scream stop, but his body didn't listen. It felt like he was on the verge of losing everything. It happened again during a meeting at work. Lu Hai was trying to keep his cool, sitting at the conference table while the others discussed their latest project. He tried to focus, to pay attention to the conversation, but all he could hear was the pulse in his ears, the faint hum of the air conditioning, the rapid heartbeat of the guy sitting next to him. He could see the tiny beads of sweat on the man's brow, could hear the little crack in his voice whenever he hesitated to speak. It was overwhelming, and then, the urge hit, his legs twitched again, as if responding to an unseen signal. His mind screamed at him to stay seated, but the impulse was too strong. His body lurched forward. He shot out of his chair and into the hallway, his feet moving faster than he could think. By the time his rational mind caught up with him, he was halfway down the corridor, running, his lungs burning with the force of his speed. It wasn't even a sprint, it was like his body was in overdrive. He felt as though he was trapped inside his own skin, a puppet with invisible strings. The floor blurred beneath him, and he barely registered the startled looks of the people in the hallway before he veered off into a side stairwell, slamming his hand against the railing to stop himself from falling. That he had to stop, breathe, slow down. Lu Hai leaned against the cold concrete wall, his heart pounding in his chest. His vision was still too sharp, the lights too bright, the world too clear. He could hear the faint sounds of people talking in the building below, and the rush of traffic outside, a hum that seemed to grow louder with each passing second. It was almost as if everything around him was moving too slowly, and he was the only one who had been injected with speed. The worst part? He didn't even know if he could stop anymore. Lu Hai knew he couldn't keep doing this. He couldn't keep living on the edge, fighting to stay human while these powers tugged at his soul. Something had to give, and he knew he couldn't do it alone. That's why he reached out to Jiang Mei again. She met him that evening at the same cafe, and this time, she didn't waste any time getting to the point. "We've got to go after them," she said, her voice urgent. "The people who made us like this. They think they can just play God with our lives, but they're wrong. We're not experiments, we're human beings. And we deserve answers." Lu Hai's mind was already working, trying to connect the dots. Who was behind the experiments? Who had decided that the world needed a new breed of humans, ones who could run faster, see farther, and lift more? The company where he worked? He hadn't heard anything about this kind of research there. It didn't seem like the kind of place that would be developing groundbreaking genetic technology, but that wasn't the problem, was it? The problem was that he had no idea who else was out there, who else had been altered, who else might be losing their grip on reality just like he was. "What's the next step?" he asked, though his voice sounded weak even to his own ears. "We go to the source," Jiang Mei replied, her eyes narrowing with determination. "We find the lab, the people who did this to us. We get the truth." Lu Hai hesitated for a moment. He had no idea where to start. The thought of tracking down a clandestine lab, one that was responsible for a project this big, seemed impossible. But Jiang Mei seemed confident, and if there was one thing Lu Hai was starting to understand, it was that there was no turning back. Whatever path they chose, it would lead them into the heart of the darkness they were both now a part of. The search for answers took them deep into the underbelly of the city, far beyond the safe, polished streets that Lu Hai had once known. Jiang Mei led the way, her eyes scanning every corner, every shadow, like she was searching for ghosts. They found a few leads, coded messages, old records, encrypted emails, but nothing concrete enough to go on. Every answer they uncovered only raised more questions, and then one night, after weeks of fruitless searching, they found it. A hidden facility, buried beneath layers of bureaucracy and red tape. It was a ghost in the system, a place no one knew about, a place that didn't exist on any map. They managed to break in, bypassing security systems with ease. The building was silent, abandoned, but the faint hum of machines echoed through the halls. They found the lab in the basement, and the moment they stepped inside, Lu Hai felt it, the cold, sterile air of something wrong. The walls were lined with monitors, and on the screens, they saw images of test subjects, people like them, altered, changed, their bodies and minds twisted by the same forces that had taken control of Lu Hai. At the center of the room stood a man, tall, gaunt, with piercing eyes that seemed to see through them. He didn't speak at first, only watched them, a silent observer to their intrusion. "Who are you?" Jiang Mei demanded, her voice sharp with authority. The man smiled, a cold, calculating smile. "I'm the one who made you what you are," he said softly. "I'm the one who unlocked your potential." He stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing mixture of pride and contempt. "But you were never meant to be free." Lu Hai felt his blood run cold. Never meant to be free. The words hung in the air, heavier than the silence that followed. The man's cold smile only deepened as he watched their reactions. Lu Hai's heart pounded in his chest, the beat steady but heavy, as if his body were preparing for something he wasn't sure he could handle. His hands twitched at his sides, itching for action, for movement, for anything to relieve the tension that gripped him. Beside him, Jiang Mei's jaw was set in a tight line, her eyes narrowed with suspicion, but there was no fear in her stance, only resolve. Lu Hai could feel the heat of his animal instincts rising, an urge to run, to fight, to do anything but stand still in front of this man who had, without hesitation, turned their lives into experiments. He clenched his fists, grounding himself, forcing his body into a semblance of control. "You created us?" Jiang Mei asked, her voice a low growl. "You think we're your projects? Your property?" The man didn't flinch. "Property? No. You're the next step. You're something better. You just don't see it yet." Lu Hai's stomach twisted as the words hung in the air. He could feel the power of his enhanced senses, the sharpness of his vision, the way his legs itched to run. His mind buzzed with the possibilities. His muscles, stronger than ever before, thrummed with restless energy, a constant reminder of how close he was to losing control. The man's gaze flicked over to Lu Hai, and for the first time, Lu Hai saw something other than indifference in his eyes. There was recognition there, as if he had been expecting this confrontation all along. "Ah," the man said softly, his voice a chilling whisper. "I see you've started to feel it, haven't you? The animal inside you. The drive, the hunger. It's already beginning to take root." Lu Hai's fists clenched tighter, the muscles in his forearms straining as he fought to hold on to the human side of himself. Not yet, he thought, not yet. His breath came in shallow bursts, his senses so heightened he could hear the faintest hum of electricity in the walls, the rapid beating of his own heart, like a drum urging him forward. His fingers twitched, and he clenched them into tight fists, desperate to control the surge of power that wanted to break free. "You think you can control it?" Jiang Mei stepped forward, challenging the man with a sharp look. "You think you can turn people into animals and call it progress? We were human before you twisted us. We had choices." The man didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a step back, his eyes gleaming with something that wasn't just confidence, it was certainty, an unsettling confidence that felt like it came from knowledge Lu Hai didn't yet possess. The kind of knowledge that made him feel small, insignificant. "You had choices," the man said slowly, his voice taking on an almost pitying tone. "But that's the problem, isn't it? Humans are driven by choice, by weakness. I gave you power, true power. Power that transcends the limitations of the human body. Power that cannot be undone." The air in the room seemed to thicken with every word he spoke, the very molecules vibrating with the intensity of his presence. Lu Hai's vision sharpened, his mind racing as the man's words sank deeper into him. "You can't undo it." The thought echoed through his mind, wrapping itself around his thoughts like a snake, tightening, squeezing the life from his will. "We gave you more than speed, strength, vision," the man continued. "We gave you the essence of survival. You were meant to evolve. To break free of the human shell. You call this freedom?" Jiang Mei spat. "You've trapped us inside our own bodies. You've given us these powers and locked us in a cage. Do you really think that makes us better? That makes us more human?" The man's expression remained unchanged, as if the words didn't penetrate his thoughts. "You are better," he repeated, a soft, almost affectionate smile playing at the corners of his lips. "You just don't understand yet. The world is changing, and you're just a glimpse of what's to come. You're the first of a new breed, one that will rise above the limitations of human nature." Lu Hai could feel his body humming with energy, the force of the enhancements threatening to overtake him. The man's words were like a trigger, activating something deep within him. A part of him wanted to believe it, to believe that what had happened to him was a gift, a transformation into something greater, something more. But that part of him was buried beneath the growing noise, the overwhelming force of the primal instincts that now simmered just beneath the surface. "The animal inside you." The words rang in his mind again, louder this time, until they became a mantra, a song of temptation that he couldn't escape. His vision blurred again, not from the sharpness, but from the flood of thoughts racing through him he could feel his fingers itching to rip the lab apart. The thought of tearing through the walls, of smashing the glass, of running, just running, was almost too much to bear. "You're not invincible," Jiang Mei said, stepping forward again, more forcefully this time. "We're not your experiments. And we're not your future." The man's smile finally faltered, just for a moment. Lu Hai could see the irritation, the brief flicker of annoyance in his eyes. But before he could react, Jiang Mei moved. It was fast, too fast for Lu Hai to register, but he saw it. She lunged at the man, knocking him off balance and sending him sprawling to the ground. In the same instant, Lu Hai's body reacted. His legs were already moving before his brain could catch up, and in a blur, he was beside Jiang Mei, his fists swinging down toward the man before he could rise. The man barely dodged, but Lu Hai's power was too much. His punch landed square on the man's chest, sending him crashing into a set of nearby equipment, metal screeching as it buckled under the force. Jiang Mei grabbed Lu Hai's arm, pulling him back just as his other fist came down again, almost instinctively. He froze, his knuckles inches from the man's face, his heart hammering. His vision sharpened, focused on the destruction he had just wrought. It was too much. His body was too fast, too strong, and now it was running on nothing but instinct. "Stop!" Jiang Mei shouted, shaking him by the shoulders. "This is what he wants. He wants you to lose control. He wants you to become one of them." Lu Hai took a shaky breath, forcing himself to step back. The man on the ground was gasping for air, his face pale, but he was still alive. The primal urge to finish it, to crush him, roared inside Lu Hai, but Jiang Mei's voice anchored him. "Don't lose yourself." The man, still recovering from the blow, looked up at them, his eyes filled with contempt and something darker, disappointment. "You don't get it, do you? This isn't about survival. It's about domination. You were meant to be gods, but you'll never be anything more than human." "That's what you think," Jiang Mei said coldly, her voice low but steady. "But we choose what we are. And we choose to be human." Lu Hai felt the pulse of his power slowly ebbing as the man's words lost their hold. It was a strange feeling, like he was coming back to himself. His vision blurred again, but this time it wasn't from the overload of information. It was the fog lifting. He wasn't a prisoner of his own body anymore. He could feel the control returning, piece by piece. "You made a mistake," Jiang Mei said, her voice unwavering. "You never understood what made us human in the first place." The man didn't respond. He just glared at them, as though he were already planning his next move, already thinking about how he could turn this around. But the cracks were showing. His control was slipping, and Lu Hai could feel it. He could sense the man's fear, just beneath the surface. They didn't need to do anything more. The man had underestimated them, and that was his fatal flaw. As they turned to leave, Lu Hai glanced back once, his enhanced vision catching the smallest flicker of doubt in the man's eyes. The lab was silent now, the hum of machines fading into nothing. They had come here to destroy the source of their torment, but they left with something more, the knowledge that, even in the face of all this power, they were still in control of their own fate. The door slammed shut behind them, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Lu Hai felt a sense of peace. He wasn't just a puppet anymore. He was something more. Something human. And that was enough. Li Wei had always been a quiet man. In fact, you might call him invisible if you didn't know him well, something that could disappear into the background, whether in a laboratory or a crowded subway car. He was the kind of guy who could go days without being noticed, and he liked it that way. Most days, the biggest thing on his mind was whether or not he'd make it through the next round of office gossip without saying something awkward. As a junior lab technician at the Biotech Research Institute, his life was filled with pipettes, petri dishes, and the hum of machinery, nothing to be too excited about. But that all changed on a Tuesday, of all days. It started as any normal Tuesday would. Li Wei had just made his way into the lab, sat at his station, and stared at his work, the quiet buzz of fluorescent lights above his head giving the room an eerie calm. His colleagues, as usual, were busy with their own research, barely acknowledging his presence. He didn't mind. In fact, he preferred it that way. The quieter the world around him, the better. But today was different. It wasn't his experiment, no, it was the experiment he was assigned to help with. Genetic modification had always been a niche area in the lab, and no one really took the task seriously except for the senior researchers. They were working on a project involving ants, specifically, how to increase their strength for industrial use. They had been attempting to splice the DNA of various species to enhance certain abilities in the ants, strength, agility, even improved sensory perception. The project, however, had seen little success. That morning, as Li Wei was setting up some chemical compounds for the experiment, he made an offhand remark about increasing the ant's ability to communicate via pheromones, linking it with genetic traits of the hawk's vision. The idea, though tangential, stuck with him. Why not merge the ant's strength with the keen eyesight of an eagle, or perhaps the speed of a cheetah? In a fleeting moment of arrogance, perhaps a consequence of feeling unnoticed, of feeling small, Li Wei decided to give it a shot. He wasn't a lead researcher, but today, he would try something bold. He mixed a cocktail of the experimental chemicals with a DNA sample of the ants. As he added a small drop of his own genetic material, a decision that seemed strangely intuitive, something happened. The serum began to glow faintly, a shimmering cascade of blue and green that caught his attention. His heart raced. The realization hit him too late. He had accidentally created something that could alter the course of his life forever. At first, nothing happened. Li Wei didn't immediately feel the effects. But then, about 15 minutes later, as he stood up from his desk and reached for a cup of water, his vision blurred, and then sharpened. Like the flick of a switch, everything in the room became crystal clear. He could see the microscopic details on the surface of his lab table, the way the dust particles swirled in the air, the way his skin pulsed with the slow rhythm of life. He felt a strange, exhilarating energy surge through him, something primal. He blinked a few times, not sure what to make of it. Was it the chemicals? Could he have poisoned himself? Then came the sound, sharp, intense. A small buzzing sound. Li Wei turned his head to see a fly buzzing lazily near the open window. Without thinking, his arm shot out, and with a single flick of his hand, he caught the fly between his fingers. He stared at it in astonishment. Had he just? No, it wasn't possible, but when he squeezed his hand, the tiny body of the fly was crushed effortlessly. Shaking his head, Li Wei dropped the fly into the trash can. But his body was already humming with energy. He felt it then, the change. He felt alive, more alive than he had ever been before. Every muscle in his body was awake, alert, and thrumming with power. He ran a hand through his hair, wondering if it was some sort of weird hallucination. But the feeling didn't go away. It grew stronger. It took Li Wei a few hours to realize what was happening. The world around him had shifted. His vision was sharper than ever. He could pick out details he never noticed before. From across the room, he could see the date on a calendar that was tucked in the corner, far from his line of sight. He could hear the faint, almost inaudible hum of a computer fan 2 rooms away. His senses were heightened beyond human comprehension. But then it came, the next wave of change. He felt an itch in his legs, a strange, unexplainable urge to run. He glanced around the lab, wondering if anyone had noticed the unusual energy coursing through him. The thought barely crossed his mind before his body acted. In a burst of speed, he darted toward the open door, sliding through it without breaking stride. He was outside in the blink of an eye, zipping down the narrow hallway like a blur. By the time he stopped, he was several floors down, standing in front of a vending machine. What the hell? He whispered to himself, looking around in confusion. His body still felt charged. He felt light, like he could run forever. The reality hit him hard. Whatever he had done, whatever he had created in that lab, had changed him. His mind swirled with possibilities. Could he be some kind of mutant? A superhuman? He bent down and picked up a plastic bottle from the ground, tossing it high into the air. Without thinking, he jumped after it, catching it in mid-flight before landing gracefully on the ground. His knees barely bent. He felt like a predator on the hunt, with the strength of a lion, the speed of a cheetah, and the vision of an eagle. It wasn't just the power that he felt. It was the urge, the hunger, the primal instinct deep inside him that began to claw its way to the surface. Something inside of him wanted to tear, to fight, to dominate, and that was when the first wave of fear struck him. The following days were a blur for Li Wei. He tried to keep a low profile, trying to understand and control the new abilities coursing through his body. He spent hours in his apartment, pushing his limits. He could run faster than he had ever dreamed possible, his limbs stronger than any weight he had ever lifted. He felt invincible, until he didn't. At first, it was exhilarating. He couldn't help but marvel at the power he now possessed. He ran through the streets, faster than the speeding cars on the highway, leaping over obstacles with ease. He started using his new abilities to do small things, picking up heavy bags for strangers, stopping a bicycle thief from running away. But each act, each small indulgence in his powers, began to leave a mark. The more he used his new abilities, the more he felt himself slipping away from the man he once was. It started with small moments, like when he'd snap at a colleague for interrupting him, or when he felt an odd, almost uncontrollable desire to lash out at someone who cut him off in line at a cafe. He noticed it one night while out for a walk. His steps had turned into something heavier, more deliberate, and the air around him seemed to crackle with a volatile energy. He could feel the tension rising, the urge to do something, anything, to release it. And the more he tried to suppress it, the more difficult it became. His inner world, once calm and controlled, had become a jungle. The beast inside him was growing louder. And now, he was terrified it might take control. Li Wei stood on the rooftop of his building that night, staring down at the city below. His breath came in shallow bursts as he tried to calm his racing heart. The wind whipped past his face, and for the first time, he felt something primal. Alive. He wanted to run. He wanted to leap from this rooftop, to feel the rush of the wind against his face, to soar. He wasn't sure anymore whether he wanted to fly or if he wanted to fall. But the question still lingered in his mind: was he still Li Wei, the technician? Or had he become something else entirely? Something dangerous. Li Wei had never felt more detached from himself. The city buzzed below him, lights flickering in the distance like the distant heartbeat of some enormous, invisible machine. For a moment, he imagined he could feel the thrum of the subway tracks under the earth, the faint tremor of every footstep that passed a block away. It was as if the world was alive in a way it had never been before. Every sound, every movement was magnified, amplified in his senses, overwhelming in its intensity. He could hear his own heartbeat in his chest, a steady rhythm, but somehow, too slow. Too human. The beast inside him clawed at his mind, demanding release. The urge to run, to tear through the streets, to leap into the unknown, was overwhelming. But just as quickly, the thought of giving in to that primal urge terrified him. He wasn't sure what was worse, the animal instincts threatening to take over, or the fact that, deep down, part of him wanted to let them. He clenched his fists, digging his nails into the palms of his hands until the pain snapped him back into himself. He needed to regain control. But the more he tried to control it, the more the urge grew, like a pressure building behind his eyes. Without thinking, he turned and sprinted, ran, across the rooftop. His feet barely made a sound as they hit the concrete. He ran faster than he ever had before, faster than he could have imagined possible, until he reached the edge, his heart thundering in his chest. He stopped at the precipice, the wind rushing around him, lifting his hair off his face. For a moment, he thought about jumping. He imagined the sensation of flight, his body soaring through the night air, free from all the restraints, free from the weight of his thoughts, his fears. But as the thought crossed his mind, the fear came rushing in. He wasn't ready to give in. Not yet. What am I becoming? The question haunted him. The more he tried to fight it, the more the power inside him seemed to grow, to demand release. It felt like being trapped in someone else's skin, something foreign, something dangerous that he turned away from the edge and collapsed against the wall, taking in deep breaths. His hands shook, his heart pounding in his chest. What was he supposed to do with this? He couldn't tell anyone. Not now. He couldn't risk it. His colleagues, his family, they wouldn't understand. They'd think he was mad. Hell, he thought he might be mad. Maybe he was. The next day, Li Wei sat at his desk in the lab, his hands shaking as he stared at the data on his screen. The experiment had been a success, at least in terms of results. But what good were results if he couldn't control them? Every number on the screen seemed to mock him, reminding him of the shift in himself. How was he supposed to go back to normal, to routine, after this? He couldn't. He wouldn't be the same. He was already becoming something else that he squeezed his eyes shut and rubbed his temples, trying to focus. Just get through the day. Just make it through one more day, Li Wei. He tried to remind himself that he had always been good at following orders, at doing what was expected. He had always been a silent worker, doing what was asked, not questioning. But now? Now everything felt like it was slipping away, and no matter how hard he tried to hang on, the edge of that cliff was drawing nearer, the ground crumbling beneath his feet. Li Wei, a voice interrupted his thoughts that he looked up, startled. Dr. Zhang stood at the door of the lab, watching him with narrowed eyes. Dr. Zhang was one of the senior researchers, someone who had always treated Li Wei as a bit of an afterthought. A smart but forgettable technician. "You're awfully quiet today," she said, her voice sharp. Li Wei forced a smile. "Just tired," he said, trying to sound normal, even though his heart was still racing in his chest. It felt like he was holding his breath every time someone spoke to him. Every word, every glance felt like it was probing too deeply, revealing something about him that he didn't want anyone to know. "Are you sure everything is fine?" Dr. Zhang's gaze flicked to his hands, which were still trembling slightly. "I'm fine," Li Wei said quickly, perhaps too quickly. He tried to will his body to calm down, but it was like trying to stop a freight train with a hand. Every muscle in his body was on alert. Every nerve felt like it was humming with energy. Dr. Zhang didn't seem convinced, but she let the subject drop. "We're running some additional tests later. Be prepared to help." She gave him a brief nod before walking away, leaving Li Wei alone with his thoughts again. The moment she was gone, he let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. It wasn't safe anymore. Everything about his life was starting to feel like it was teetering on the edge, about to fall into something he couldn't escape. The following days blurred together. Li Wei couldn't focus. His experiments were increasingly erratic, and he was becoming more unpredictable in the lab. One moment, he would be intensely focused on a task, and the next, his mind would snap, and he would find himself pacing the room or clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles would turn white. And then there were the outbursts. It was the little things that set him off. A comment from a colleague about how he had done the same thing 100 times, a look of disdain from someone who had always thought him invisible, the sound of a paperclip being dropped in a meeting. These things used to roll off him, but now, they were like matches dropped onto a pile of dry leaves. Every small spark set off a fire inside him, and he could feel the violence building in his chest, a beast clawing at the walls of his mind, urging him to act. He couldn't control it. One afternoon, he was standing in the break room, brewing a cup of coffee, when one of the senior researchers, a man named Yu, made a remark about Li Wei's work. "You know, I don't think you're cut out for this, Li Wei," Yu said, his voice dripping with condescension. "Maybe you should leave the real work to the professionals." Li Wei turned slowly, his hands trembling as they gripped the coffee mug. He felt the urge to do something, anything, to lash out. The air felt thick, charged. Yu smirked, clearly unaware of the storm brewing inside Li Wei. "What's the matter, Li Wei? Cat got your tongue?" The words were like a trigger. Before he even realized what he was doing, Li Wei's hand shot out, knocking the mug off the counter. It flew across the room, crashing against the wall with a deafening smash. Yu jumped back, startled, but Li Wei's vision was blurring. His muscles screamed with tension, and for a moment, he didn't recognize himself. All he could hear was the pounding of his own blood, the voice of the beast inside him urging him to act. Yu stood frozen, eyes wide. Li Wei realized that everyone in the break room was staring at him now. The room was silent. A cold wave of shame washed over him, and he suddenly felt sick. He had almost lost control, again. "I'm sorry," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. He turned on his heel and rushed out of the room, leaving behind the stunned silence. That night, Li Wei didn't sleep. He sat in his apartment, staring at his reflection in the window, watching the city lights flicker below. His eyes were bloodshot from lack of rest, his face pale with exhaustion. He hadn't been able to push the thoughts from his mind, the endless, restless hunger gnawing at him. He had to fix this. He couldn't keep going like this. His hands curled into fists as he looked down at the streets below. There was only one way to solve this, to regain control. He had to confront it. He had to confront the beast inside him before it swallowed him whole. The next day, he went back to the lab. He didn't tell anyone what had happened. He didn't need to. He couldn't let anyone see how close he was to losing it. But something had changed in him. He wasn't just the technician anymore. He wasn't just the quiet man who blended into the background. He was something else now, something that didn't fit into the mold he had once lived in. As he walked into the lab, he felt the weight of his own power, the surge of adrenaline and primal energy coursing through his veins. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff, staring down at the abyss, knowing that one wrong step would send him plummeting, but he couldn't stop now. The beast inside him was awake. And it wasn't going to let him go without a fight. Li Wei hadn't fully comprehended the gravity of what he was becoming until that morning. The air felt thicker in the lab, heavier with an unspoken tension that weighed down on him more than any experiment ever had. His eyes were bloodshot, his face taut with exhaustion. The restless energy he'd tried to suppress last night had only grown, gnawing at him from the inside. Every movement in the lab felt exaggerated, every sound sharp and grating on his senses. He wasn't just perceiving the world anymore, he was feeling it with the intensity of a predator. He couldn't stop himself. It was like living in a constant state of hyper-awareness. His hands gripped the edges of his workstation so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His eyes flickered to his colleagues, but they seemed so distant, so unaware of what was happening to him. How could they understand? How could anyone, as he worked, assembling petri dishes and checking chemical solutions, the weight of his transformation felt unbearable. His fingers twitched with the impulse to act, to do something. His body was restless, itching for release, while his mind screamed for control. The temptation to test his limits, just once more, was overwhelming. He told himself he could wait. That he had to wait. But then he saw it. The clipboard, left carelessly on the desk, the notes with precise details about the ants, how they had been modified, how their senses had been enhanced. They had tried to apply these traits in small doses, to improve the ants' ability to carry objects, communicate, and work in tandem. But Li Wei had already seen what was possible. If ants could have the strength of a lion, why couldn't he? His heart pounded as his gaze shifted to the nearby lab equipment. The syringes, still clean, still unused, stood silently on the counter, a dangerous temptation. He'd read the notes about the mixed genetic cocktail, about how even a small dosage could cause unimaginable changes in cellular structure. And now that he understood what had happened to him, the idea of going further, it felt like a promise. For a fleeting moment, the idea of pushing further, of amplifying his senses and abilities even more, consumed him. His hands trembled as he reached for the syringe. He could hear the faint, familiar sound of footsteps outside the lab door. Dr. Zhang's voice called through the intercom, "Li Wei, can you run the final test for me? We need to move quickly on this." The sound of her voice snapped him out of his trance, and he dropped the syringe back onto the counter. He exhaled sharply, pressing his hands against his temples as though he could quiet the storm brewing inside him. There was no turning back, not unless he could find a way to control this beast inside of him. "Coming," he called out, trying to sound calm. His voice felt foreign, like he was wearing a mask. He knew it was only a matter of time before someone noticed how far gone he was. The days that followed were a blur of heightened awareness and tense silence. Every task felt like a struggle, an exercise in restraint. Li Wei could no longer ignore the constant hum of power that ran through his veins. It was like a fire that burned from the inside out, making everything feel too sharp, too intense. He couldn't focus the way he used to, couldn't drown out the noise in his head. During meetings, he found it hard to stay still. His legs itched to run, to spring into action. He was a coiled spring, ready to snap. His thoughts were increasingly erratic, his emotions swinging between irritability and fear. He knew what was happening. He knew it, deep down. The beast wasn't just a metaphor. It was real. And it was getting stronger. One night, Li Wei decided to take a walk. His apartment, once a safe haven, now felt suffocating. He needed air. Needed to escape from the walls that felt like they were closing in on him. The streets outside were quiet, a deep, lonely silence blanketing the city. He had come to hate the stillness. The hum of the lights, the rustle of distant leaves in the wind, it all felt too predictable, too human. He was no longer human. Not entirely. He had become something else, something untamed and wild. As he walked, he couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on him, the pressure building inside his chest. Every shadow seemed to shift, every streetlight flickering in his peripheral vision. He was being watched. But by who? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he quickened his pace, the urge to run now undeniable. He turned a corner and saw a man, no, a teenager, standing in the alley, hands shoved deep into his jacket pockets. The boy was alone, and Li Wei's senses honed in on him instantly. His heart rate spiked as he recognized the danger. The boy was holding something. What? A knife? A bottle? The instincts in Li Wei's chest flared, hot and dangerous. Every muscle in his body screamed for action, the predator in him alive and roaring. But before he could think, before his mind could catch up, his body had already reacted. His legs propelled him forward, faster than he'd ever moved, and in an instant, he was standing in front of the boy. The teenager flinched, his hands going up in surprise, but Li Wei was already past him, grabbing the knife out of the air before the boy could even react. The motion was so fluid, so effortless, it felt as though time itself had slowed down. "Hey," the boy stammered, eyes wide with shock. He tried to back up, but his words were swallowed by the quiet intensity of Li Wei's gaze. The predator's gaze. Li Wei stood there for a moment, staring down at the boy, his chest rising and falling with each shallow breath. The hunger was there, deep within him, urging him to strike, to take control of the situation. To feel the power of his hands around the boy's throat. To make him submit. But then, slowly, the noise in his head quieted. The urge to act began to fade as reality set in. He let go of the boy, who staggered back in fear. "You're lucky," Li Wei muttered, his voice low and unfamiliar. Without another word, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving the terrified teenager in the alley. It was too close. Too close. That night, Li Wei lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. He couldn't remember the last time he'd slept without feeling this raw, this dangerous. He was living on the edge, and he could feel the crack in his mind growing wider. He had moments of lucidity, moments where he could tell himself to breathe, to stay grounded. But those moments were becoming rarer. The next day, he couldn't keep the facade up any longer. At the lab, Dr. Zhang approached him, her brow furrowed. "Li Wei, we need to talk." He froze, his heart skipping a beat. He could already feel the pulse of adrenaline thrumming in his veins, and his mind screamed at him to run. To leave before she said something that could unravel him completely, but he couldn't. "Not now." "What is it, Dr. Zhang?" he asked, his voice sounding distant, hollow. "You've been acting off," she said bluntly, eyeing him closely. "Is something going on with you? I've noticed your work has been erratic, and I know something's wrong. If you need help, we can." "I'm fine," he interrupted, his voice coming out sharper than he intended. The beast inside him stirred, but he fought it back. He needed to stay composed. He needed to. "No, you're not." Dr. Zhang's gaze softened, but the concern in her eyes only made things worse. "Li Wei, whatever is going on, we can help you." She was too close. The pressure in his chest was building, his body tense with the need to lash out. He could feel his vision narrowing, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His hands shook with the effort to hold it together. The beast was right there, just under the surface, ready to break free. "No," he whispered. "I can't let you." Before he could finish the sentence, his body moved on its own. In one fluid motion, he grabbed Dr. Zhang by the arm, pulling her close. His grip was too tight, too strong, and she gasped in pain. But something in his mind, something deep inside him, snapped. And in that instant, Li Wei saw the truth. He wasn't in control anymore. He had lost it. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice trembling. He released her and stepped back, horrified at what he'd just done. He had come so close to losing everything. He turned and bolted from the lab, the sound of his footsteps echoing behind him like the drumbeat of his own heart. Li Wei didn't know where he was going. He couldn't go back to the lab. He couldn't go home. He was too far gone. There was only one place left for him to go. Lin Chang leaned back in his chair, feeling the satisfaction of his own superiority. His fingers stretched lazily over the rim of his coffee mug, but he didn't need the caffeine. He had been living on adrenaline for the last few weeks, ever since he'd crossed the line between ordinary human and something else, something greater. The city stretched out before him from the large glass window, its towering skyscrapers glistening in the late afternoon sun. Down below, people bustled about like ants in a labyrinth of concrete and glass. But Lin, with his eagle eyes, saw it all as if it were a movie played in slow motion. Every detail, every movement, every micro-expression, he could see it all, and it bored him. They were so predictable, so small. He flexed his hand, watching the tendons and muscles ripple beneath his skin as if he were some sort of predatory animal. And maybe he was, he thought. That's what this was all about, after all, his new, perfected body. Genetic editing had given him the strength of an ant, the speed of a cheetah, and the vision of a hawk. He had been transformed. Enhanced. There was no task too small or too large for him now. He was capable of everything. "Hey, Lin, you going to keep staring out there all day, or are we doing this?" A voice interrupted his reverie. Lin turned toward it with a smile, a little too wide and a little too forced. His neighbor, Dave, was standing in the doorway, his arms folded, looking skeptical as always. Lin's mouth twitched. "We're doing it," he said, his voice smooth, confident. He stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a faint screech, but Lin barely noticed. He moved across the room like a panther, his steps light but calculated. The apartment was minimalist, cold even, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered except the thrill of the next challenge. Dave had invited him to a street race, a somewhat ridiculous spectacle that had taken off in the last few years. The idea was simple, a race through the streets of the city, but with a catch. It wasn't just about running. No, this was a race to prove who had the better enhancements. Who could push the boundaries of the human body the furthest? Who could tap into their animal instincts the most? And Lin? Well, he wasn't worried about it. He had nothing to prove. After all, no one could compete with a man who could move faster than a cheetah, lift weights like an army of ants, and see further than any eagle. He'd already won before the race even started. You're gonna want to keep up this time, Dave, Lin teased as they headed out. He could already feel the adrenaline building, a buzz in his blood. Dave snorted. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, superhero. They reached the starting line in a matter of moments, and Lin took his position with a casual grace. Around him, other racers prepared, some with the same sleek, muscular builds as him, others a bit more unconventional. People were different now, thanks to genetic engineering. The competition had evolved into something primal, something raw. Lin felt himself grin. The whistle blew. The first few seconds were a blur. Lin's body surged forward, his muscles rippling with primal energy, his limbs moving with the fluidity of something wild, something untamed. His feet barely touched the ground as he tore through the streets, the wind howling past his ears like the roar of a lion. He could feel the pulse of his speed, a sensation that was almost intoxicating. No one was even close to keeping up. He could hear their breaths, their labored gasps as they pushed their own limits, but he was far beyond them. The city seemed to stretch out endlessly ahead of him, a blur of concrete and glass that no longer mattered. All that mattered was the chase. He was born to run, but then something strange happened. As he rounded a corner at breakneck speed, a flash of something in his peripheral vision caught his attention. A human figure, a pedestrian, was walking nonchalantly across the street. Lin's instincts kicked in before his mind could process what was happening. Hunt. Pursue. Without even thinking, he lunged. The impact was jarring. His chest collided with the pedestrian's back, and the man was thrown to the ground with a sickening thud. For a moment, everything froze. Lin stood over the prone figure, panting heavily, his body still pulsing with energy. His vision flickered between human clarity and animal hunger. The man groaned, but Lin didn't hear the sound. All he could hear was the beat of his own heart. He blinked rapidly, trying to regain control. This wasn't right. This wasn't supposed to happen. He wasn't supposed to feel this way. This wasn't the race. But it was as though something had taken over him, some primal urge that was far stronger than anything he had ever felt before. Dude, what the hell? Dave's voice was sharp, cutting through the fog in Lin's mind. Lin looked down at the man, who was now dazed but alive, and his breath came in ragged gasps. Lin's eyes flicked to Dave, who was standing a few feet away, his face a mixture of confusion and anger. I didn't mean to, Lin started to say, but his voice was low, almost primal. It felt like he was fighting something inside him, something he couldn't control, but it didn't matter. The hunt had taken over. Lin, Dave said slowly, his voice thick with disbelief. You just knocked the guy out. We're supposed to be racing, not playing animal instincts. Lin swallowed hard. The confusion lingered, but the impulse was still there. He could feel it deep within himself, gnawing at him. Something was happening. Something was changing. He stepped back from the man, shaking his head as though trying to clear it. I didn't mean to, he muttered, but even to his own ears, his words sounded hollow. The beast inside him was still calling, still demanding. The next few days were a blur of confusion and self-doubt. Lin tried to go through his normal routine, waking up, getting dressed, and heading out for a morning run, but the feeling that something was off, something incomplete in him, gnawed at the edges of his mind. At first, he thought it was just a fluke. Maybe the adrenaline of the race had gotten to him, or maybe it was the rush of power that he was still getting used to. But the feeling persisted, creeping into every corner of his life. He couldn't ignore it anymore. One night, after a long and unsatisfying workout at the gym, Lin collapsed onto the couch in his apartment, drenched in sweat. His breath was heavy, labored, but it wasn't from the workout. No, this was something else. That he closed his eyes, and suddenly, he saw it. The vision was vivid, too real to be a simple hallucination. It was him, but not him. In the reflection of a puddle on the sidewalk, he saw his own face. But it wasn't human. It was something else. A wolf's eyes glinted back at him, with a hungry gleam. His mouth twisted into a feral grin. His body, muscular and sleek, was covered in fur, not skin. He could feel the claws extending from his fingertips, the sharpness of his teeth, and the desire to hunt, to chase, to tear. Lynn's heart raced. What was this? What was happening to him? Lynn sat there for a long time, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him like a physical thing. The silence in the apartment was oppressive, thick with the unease he couldn't seem to shake. His skin tingled, and his muscles twitched involuntarily as if something in him wanted to move, wanted to tear out of the stillness. But he was frozen, not just in place but in his own mind. There was something wrong. He had to admit it to himself now. Something deep inside him had shifted, and he couldn't stop it. He clenched his fists, feeling the strength there, ridiculous strength. He could snap metal with ease. He could move faster than a car on the freeway. He could see farther, clearer, more sharply than anyone in the world. But these were just powers, weren't they? They didn't make him special. They didn't make him human. What did being human even mean anymore? The creature he'd seen in the reflection haunted him. It wasn't just a vision, it was him, wasn't it? The wild version of him. The version that lived by instinct, that thrived on animal impulse. His genetic enhancements had gone beyond what anyone had predicted. They were supposed to make him better, but now he wasn't sure he recognized himself. He didn't feel in control anymore. He tried to brush it off, tried to calm himself by focusing on the tangible. His eyes darted around the room, cataloging every detail. The exact placement of the chairs. The way the light from the street lamp filtered through the blinds. A half-empty bottle of water on the counter. But none of it helped. Nothing helped. A sudden knock on the door broke the tension like a punch to the gut. Lynn stood too quickly, his chair scraping against the floor in a jagged screech. His heart rate spiked, the surge of adrenaline rushing through his veins. He wasn't thinking, he was already moving toward the door before his mind caught up with his body. The door opened before he even reached it. It was Dave. His expression was drawn tight, like he was unsure of what to say but knew something needed to be said. Behind him, Lynn noticed the flicker of concern in his eyes. "Hey, man," Dave started, his voice sounding strangely neutral. "You doing okay?" Lynn didn't answer immediately. He didn't have a good answer. His eyes flicked to Dave, then back to the empty hallway behind him. He could feel the animal energy pulsing inside him, growing stronger, more restless. His muscles coiled with excess energy, ready to explode. The hunger gnawed at him, and he hated it. "I don't know, Dave. I don't think I'm okay." Dave tilted his head slightly, clearly trying to gauge what was going on. "You want to talk about it?" Lynn's lips curled into a bitter smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "What's there to talk about?" "I'm losing it, Dave. That's what's happening." Dave's brow furrowed, concern deepening. "What do you mean by losing it?" Lynn took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, but it felt like trying to hold back a flood with bare hands. "I don't feel like me anymore. He stopped, his throat tightening. "I've got these urges, these instincts. They're stronger than I am, Dave. It's like the person I was is slipping away, and all that's left is this thing, this animal inside me. I'm losing control." Dave opened his mouth to say something, but Lynn was already moving past him, his feet thumping on the floor in a way that felt too heavy, too forceful. "Where are you going?" Dave called after him. Lynn didn't answer. He couldn't. All he could think about was getting out. Getting away from this apartment, from the city, from the thoughts that were twisting in his head like a virus. He had to do something. Anything. His pulse was thundering in his ears. His vision blurred at the edges as his instincts pushed forward, louder and louder. He could almost hear it, the distant thumping of his own heart, like a drumbeat, urging him on. The street outside was colder than he expected. The city was buzzing, a hum of activity, but it felt distant, detached. The wind nipped at his skin, sharp and crisp, but it didn't matter. He was numb. He walked, faster now, with a purpose he couldn't explain. He could feel the wildness creeping up on him. He could sense every movement in the city, from the way the streetlights flickered to the slight sway of the trees in the wind. His eagle eyes took it all in, every little detail, every shape and shadow. His feet carried him through the streets, past familiar buildings, until he found himself in the park. The place was almost empty, save for a few joggers and a homeless man sleeping on a bench. Lin stood there for a moment, taking it all in. It felt like a different world here, quieter, more still. But inside him, it was anything but still. Inside, the beast was pacing, clawing, demanding to be set free. That he heard a rustling in the bushes to his left. Without thinking, he turned, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. A small animal, a raccoon, maybe, darted across the path, its fur flashing in the dim light. For a split second, Lin felt the urge to chase it, to hunt it down. It was fleeting, but enough to send a jolt of panic through him. The instinct was too strong, too overpowering. He clenched his fists, fighting the impulse. Control. Control. He had to maintain control, but the longer he stood there, the more it felt like he was losing the battle. His breath was coming in short bursts, and his muscles were tight with tension. He could feel the wildness crawling under his skin, like it was poisoning him from the inside out. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. His mind flashed to the vision of himself, the beast with the wolf's eyes and the cheetah's body. It was him, and yet it wasn't. It was the version of himself that had been left behind, the version of himself that wasn't afraid to take what it wanted. To hunt. To destroy. That he clenched his jaw, his teeth grinding together with such force that it hurt. No. He couldn't let that version of him take over. He couldn't. Just as he was about to turn and walk away, a sound stopped him cold. It was a voice, soft, almost whispering, but clear. Lin. His head snapped toward the sound, and there, standing in the shadow of a nearby tree, was Dr. May. She looked exactly as he remembered her, calm, composed, her expression unreadable, but there was something different about her this time. She wasn't just a scientist. She wasn't just the person who had created this mess. No, this time, she looked almost worried. "I've been looking for you," she said, her voice carrying a strange weight. "You don't have to do this, Lin. You don't have to let it consume you." Lin's heart pounded in his chest. How had she found him? How had she known where he was? It didn't matter. Her presence here, at this moment, felt like the only thing that could ground him. She was the one who could fix this, wasn't she? She was the one who could bring him back to himself. "I can't control it anymore, Dr. May," he said, his voice rough. "I can't. It's like I'm losing everything. The more I try to fight it, the harder it gets. I'm becoming something else." She stepped closer, her gaze softening. "That's what I came to tell you. I know what you're going through, Lin. I designed the enhancements, but I didn't foresee this. The genetic edits were too much for the human mind to handle. Your instincts are taking over, and if you don't stop it, you'll be lost." Lin swallowed hard. "How do I stop it? How do I stop it before it takes everything?" Dr. May's eyes flickered with uncertainty for a brief moment, but she quickly masked it with a calm, determined expression. "I can help you. But you have to trust me. You have to fight against the urge to give in. You need to confront it directly, face it head on. Only then will you be able to regain control. Lin's body trembled at the thought, the beast inside him snarling in protest, but he didn't hesitate. He didn't have time to hesitate. He nodded, his voice barely above a whisper, "Help me." Lin stood still for a moment, his breath shallow as the words hung between him and Dr. May. Her gaze was steady, like she was waiting for something, but what could he say? He couldn't bring himself to voice his fear. He had spent days running, trying to outpace the growing urge to give in, but now, standing here, with the city around him and the wild hunger gnawing at his insides, Lin realized something that he didn't want to be a monster. "I'm ready," he finally said, his voice rough. The weight of those two words hit him harder than he expected. He didn't just want to regain control, he needed it. He couldn't let himself slip into the abyss. Dr. May nodded, her expression softening. "Follow me. We need to get to my lab. I've made some adjustments to the original protocol. It's risky, but it's the only chance you have left." Without another word, she turned and started walking toward the edge of the park. Lin followed, feeling the pull of the city's energy, the pulse of life all around him. It was as if the world itself was alive with potential, with temptation. He could feel the thrum of every heartbeat, every footstep, every breath. It was overwhelming. The instincts were rising again, louder, stronger. A man walking his dog past them, and Lin's eyes immediately locked onto the animal, his senses flaring, his muscles coiling. The urge to pounce, to chase, was so intense that for a moment, his vision blurred. His fingers twitched, his body tense, and then, just as quickly, it passed. He blinked hard, shaking his head as if to clear it. He couldn't let it happen. Not again. Dr. May didn't look back. She seemed to know exactly what was happening to him, but she didn't react. She just kept walking, one foot in front of the other, as if the world were normal, as if they weren't being chased by something inside him. The city was still bustling as they walked through the streets, but Lin couldn't shake the feeling that the world around him had become distorted. Everything was too sharp, too vivid. Every sound was a rumble in his chest. Every person was a target. That's what the animal inside him said. When they reached the building, Lin could feel the familiar pull of the elevator, the need to just run up the stairs, to feel the speed, the momentum. It was all so easy to give in. But he resisted, clenching his hands into fists at his sides. He needed to keep the beast in check. Inside, the elevator ride was silent, but the tension in the air was palpable. Lin felt like his skin was crawling, his nerves on fire. He fought the urge to reach out, to grab Dr. May and shake her. "Hurry," he thought. "Please, hurry." The elevator dinged, and they stepped out into a sterile, brightly lit hallway. The walls were white and unadorned, and the floors gleamed under the fluorescent lights. It felt like a different world, a world where the noise of the city couldn't touch them, where there was a chance, however slim, that Lin might find some peace. They walked down the hall, and Lin could feel the prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He was hyper-aware of every step he took, every movement in the corner of his eye. His body wanted to run, to chase, to flee, but he stayed close behind Dr. May. His chest was tight, his muscles aching to spring into action. When they reached her lab, Dr. May unlocked the door with a quick flick of her wrist. The lab was exactly what Lin expected, sterile, cold, and clinical. There were machines humming softly in the background, monitors flickering with data that Lin didn't understand. Tables lined with vials and syringes, some containing unfamiliar glowing substances. It looked like a place where science could both save you and destroy you. "Sit," Dr. May instructed, gesturing to a chair in the center of the room. It was an old-style recliner, the kind that reminded Lin of an old dentist's office. His stomach twisted at the thought of sitting still, of letting her do whatever she needed to do. His body was too alive to be still. "You need to relax," Dr. May said as if reading his mind. "I'm going to start the process, but I need you to let me work, Lin. Trust me." Lin swallowed hard and nodded, sinking into the chair, feeling its cold leather against his back. He could already feel the pressure building again, the urge to leap out of his skin, to destroy. But he didn't. He stayed where he was. Dr. May walked to a console near the far wall and began typing furiously, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Lin could hear the soft click-click-click of the keys, but it barely registered in his mind. He could hear the rush of blood in his ears, the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat. Everything felt so raw. His body was betraying him. He could feel the primal energy rippling beneath his skin. A machine next to him hummed to life. Lin glanced at it. It looked like an 4-drip, but with more wires than he was used to. It was sleek, almost futuristic. Dr. May approached with a syringe filled with a strange, swirling green liquid. "This is going to help regulate the excess neural activity caused by the enhanced instincts," she explained. "I'm going to administer it slowly, but it's important you remain calm. Otherwise, it might trigger an adrenaline rush and, well, we don't want that." Lin nodded, his throat tight. He wasn't sure if he trusted the process, but at this point, what choice did he have? He needed something, anything, to stop the madness in his mind. To stop the beast. Dr. May injected the liquid into the foreport, and Lin immediately felt the cold sting of it entering his veins. For a moment, nothing happened. He waited, trying to breathe, trying to keep his focus. But then a wave of dizziness hit him, the kind that makes the world feel like it's tilting. His vision swam, and his chest tightened. The world seemed to press in on him. The air was thick, like a storm was rolling in. "You need to stay still," Dr. May said softly, though Lin could barely hear her. The noise in his head was deafening, a low roar that vibrated through his skull. His fingers curled into fists, and his body began to tremble. He was fighting it. He was fighting it. But the animal inside him wanted out. It wanted freedom. "Dr. May," he began, but his voice was strangled. "I can't control it." Suddenly, the lights flickered. The hum of the machine seemed to grow louder, more insistent, and Lin's vision distorted, flashing in and out of focus. The air felt thick, oppressive. He tried to stand, but his body refused to obey. It was as if some invisible force was pushing him back into the chair. "Lin, listen to me," Dr. May said, her voice sharp. But it was barely a whisper over the chaos inside his mind. "Focus. Breathe. Let the serum do its work." He could barely breathe. The instinctual urges surged within him, taking over his every thought. His breath quickened. His muscles screamed for release. He couldn't stop it. And then, without warning, the room exploded into sound, blinding, overwhelming. A roar, a feral cry that tore through the lab. Lin didn't know if it was from him or from the animal that had taken control. He fought. He had to fight. But then, there was a snap, a loud crack, and Lin was thrown backward into the chair, as if some invisible force had yanked the energy out of him. The world went still, the noise dying down like the rush of wind after a storm. His mind was blank. His body felt heavy, as if the wildness had been sucked out of him all at once. He looked at Dr. May. Her face was pale, her expression tight with strain. But her eyes, those eyes were relieved. "It's working," she murmured, almost to herself. "It's working." Lin sat in silence, the weight of what had just happened crashing over him. And for the first time in days, he allowed himself to believe it was true. He was alive. But he wasn't sure how much longer he would be. Not yet. Not until he learned to control the monster inside him. Zhao Na hadn't always been the kind of person who stood out. She was a nurse at a busy city hospital, and if you asked anyone at the clinic, they'd tell you she was the best one in the ER. Reliable, calm under pressure, and always there to help. There was nothing remarkable about her on the outside: average height, dark brown hair, a face that smiled more than it frowned, but inside, there was a quiet determination that powered her every move. She didn't need to be extraordinary. She was content in her ordinariness. That was before the trial. The experimental gene editing procedure had sounded like a dream at first. A new, cutting-edge program that promised to enhance human abilities, speed, strength, focus, all through genetic modification. She had been intrigued, of course, but hesitant. Who wouldn't be? The ethics of it had bothered her. The thought of tampering with her own DNA, altering what nature had designed, seemed unnatural, but that was before the day her supervisor had walked into the break room with an envelope, offering the procedure as a chance to advance in her career. She could see the possibilities: healthier body, sharper mind. She could work longer hours, deal with the grueling pace of the ER without exhaustion. It sounded like a gift. What Zhao Na didn't know was that the gift would come with consequences far greater than she could have anticipated. The procedure had been straightforward. There was no pain. No complications. They told her she'd feel a little dizzy for the first few hours as her body adjusted to the genetic enhancements: eagle eyes, cheetah speed, and ant strength. 3 animal traits, fused into her genes with the precision of cutting-edge CRISPR technology. The hospital staff had been excited, congratulating her as she lay on the operating table, the soft hum of the lab equipment around her. "You'll feel better soon," they'd said. "It's all part of the process." And they were right. Zhao Na felt better, no, incredible. Within hours, her vision sharpened so much that the tiniest detail became clear. From the chair she sat in, she could read the newspaper headlines across the street. The lines of text in the book on her nightstand were sharp, even in the dark, but it wasn't just her eyes. She felt different, stronger, faster. Her body was alive with potential. She tried to test her new speed the next morning, jogging around the block before work. She hadn't run like that in years. The wind rushed past her, her legs barely touching the pavement, her feet skimming over the ground as if gravity itself were unsure whether it could keep up. She was already halfway to the park by the time she realized she had covered the entire neighborhood. The next day, she woke up with muscles so sore it was hard to get out of bed. But that wasn't what concerned her. What bothered Zhao Na most was the sensation that she couldn't stop moving. Her body itched to run, to feel speed. She had spent hours the day before just feeling her limbs, testing her new abilities. She was addicted to the rush. She had never been so aware of her body, so hyper-aware of every movement, every breath. Every muscle felt alive, humming, as if it were on the brink of something massive. Something uncontrollable. That afternoon, she grabbed a stack of medical supplies at work, one hand full of gauze, the other grasping bandages, antiseptic bottles. It should have been impossible for her to carry all that at once, but it wasn't. Her muscles flexed without strain as she walked through the corridors of the hospital, marveling at how effortless it was to carry so much. She thought she might be able to do this for hours: lift, run, carry, never tire, never stop. There was a euphoria in that thought, but there was also something else, that a gnawing feeling, deep in her chest, that something was off. She should have been tired. She should have felt the weight of the boxes, the strain on her joints. Instead, she felt nothing, only the raw, primal urge to keep pushing. It was when she finally took a break in the staff lounge that she realized what had changed. Her coworker, Lu Xia, sat next to her, nibbling on a sandwich. She asked Zhao Na how she was feeling. "Good," Zhao Na answered, but her voice sounded strange in her own ears. "Too sharp. Too clear, you sure?" Lu Xia raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. "You look a little off. Like you're about to take off and run a marathon." Zhao Na blinked, then laughed nervously, shaking her head. "Maybe I will." Lu Xia rolled her eyes. "Don't run off too far. We need you here." Zhao Na smiled, but as she looked out the window, she couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Xia was right. She was on the edge of something. But what? She had no idea yet. That night, Zhao Na couldn't sleep. The bed felt too soft, the sheets too heavy. She tossed and turned, her mind racing. She felt like she was vibrating, like there was too much energy in her body to contain. The whole world around her felt too small. She had the sudden, overwhelming desire to run. Before she knew it, she was out the door, her sneakers pounding against the pavement as she sprinted through the quiet streets. The wind hit her face like a slap, but she barely noticed. Her feet flew, her body moved faster than she could think. Her lungs burned, but she pushed harder, faster, until she reached the park, and then, beyond, she ran until the sky started to lighten with the first signs of dawn, her breath ragged but her mind clear. She could hear the world around her with unnatural clarity, the distant chirp of a bird, the rustle of the trees in the wind. The noise of the city seemed muffled in comparison to the sharpness of her senses. Every muscle in her body was primed, alive. She could feel everything, and it felt too good. It wasn't until her feet started to ache that she realized how far she had gone. By the time she returned home, exhausted but exhilarated, Zhao Na's thoughts had begun to unravel. She stood in the doorway of her apartment, panting, her body still humming with energy. This was not just strength. It was something else. Something primal, and that was only the beginning. Zhao Na's initial euphoria over her enhanced abilities quickly gave way to something darker, something more dangerous. The longer she lived with her new body, the more she realized she was losing herself. She couldn't shut out the animal instincts that were becoming harder and harder to suppress. It was as if her very DNA was fighting for control, urging her to run, to leap, to hunt. The lines between her human self and the animals she had inherited traits from began to blur. Zhao Na stood at the edge of a precipice, torn between the promise of power and the creeping fear that she might lose the very thing that made her human. The wild urges were only the beginning, and soon, she would have to face a reality she couldn't outrun, the question of whether she could still control herself, or if the beast inside her would take over. Zhao Na sat on her couch, her body still trembling with a strange, unrelenting energy. She could feel her pulse pounding in her neck, the heat rising in her chest. Her hands gripped the armrest so tightly that her fingers began to ache. Her mind raced, but it wasn't just thoughts flooding her brain. It was instincts, wild, untamable instincts, pulling at her, whispering at her from deep inside. She wanted to run again. She needed to run. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to silence the roar in her head. Her senses, heightened to a terrifying degree, made everything around her seem impossibly sharp: the flicker of a streetlight outside her window, the rhythmic patter of a distant car, the faint scent of flowers from a neighbor's garden. It was too much, all at once, and she couldn't block it out. It was like the world had grown too large, too intense, and she was too small, too fragile to contain it. She took a breath, steadying herself, but the feeling only deepened. Her chest felt tight, as if something inside her was straining to break free. There had been moments, like the one in the ER that morning, when she almost lost control. When she had felt that irresistible pull to leap into action, to crush a piece of equipment with a single hand, or to speed down the hall faster than any normal human could. She could feel it even now, the urge growing stronger. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, interrupting her thoughts. Zhao Na picked it up. It was a text from Lu Xia. "You okay? You seemed a little off earlier. Call me when you can." She stared at the message for a long moment. Was she okay? She didn't know. She was afraid of the answer, afraid of what she might say to Lu Xia if she called. If she told her about the way her body felt, about how she couldn't stop wanting to run, to leap, to tear through the city until everything around her was a blur. Would Lu Xia understand? Would anyone? She texted back quickly, keeping it simple: "I'm fine. Just tired." A lie. She knew that soon, she wouldn't be able to hide what was happening. She couldn't pretend forever. But how do you explain to someone that your body is no longer your own? That you can't even trust your own instincts anymore, because they're all telling you to do things you don't want to do. She tossed the phone aside and stood, her legs aching from the long run earlier. She'd only barely gotten a few hours of sleep, but that had hardly helped. If anything, it had only made things worse. The exhaustion wasn't physical, it was mental. She was caught in a battle with her own body, a battle she didn't know how to win. The mirror across the room caught her eye, and she turned toward it. Her reflection looked almost the same as it had before the procedure, same face, same dark eyes, but something was different. It wasn't just the physical changes, the sharpness of her vision or the unnatural strength she could now feel in every muscle. It was in the way she looked at herself. Her gaze, now too piercing, too intense, made her seem like a stranger to herself. As if the woman in the mirror wasn't the same woman she had been a few weeks ago, but a different version, a better version, perhaps, but one that she didn't fully recognize. She leaned in closer to the glass, inspecting the fine details. Her pupils were wider than usual, her eyes too bright, almost unnaturally amber in the light. They were the eyes of a predator. The eyes of someone who could see things she wasn't supposed to see, hear things that shouldn't matter. Her gaze flicked to the veins on her neck, which now seemed unnervingly prominent, pulsing with a life of their own. Her body was a weapon, and every part of it screamed for action. This wasn't normal. She knew that, but what terrified her more than anything was that part of her didn't want it to be. Part of her wanted to embrace the power, to let go of the control, to unleash the animal inside her. The thrill of it was intoxicating. Zhao Na slammed her hand against the mirror, a sharp crack of sound filling the room. She staggered back, her heart racing as she looked at the small spiderweb of cracks spreading out from where her fist had struck. The force she'd used was instinctive, uncontrollable. Her breath came in heavy, uneven gasps, and for a moment, she just stood there, staring at the damage she had done. It was just a mirror, but it might as well have been her soul cracking open. She couldn't fix it. Not now. Not with her body in this state. She needed to do something. She needed to control it before she became something she couldn't stop. But how? The hospital the next day was a blur. She was there physically, moving through the halls, tending to patients, performing tasks like she always did. But her mind was elsewhere, trapped in a whirlpool of thoughts, sensations, and urges. The world felt distant, as though it were too quiet, too still for her. She could hear every footstep in the hallway, every conversation in the break room, even the whispers of the machines beeping in the ICU. Each noise was a pinprick, each sound a sharp sting. Every breath, every movement felt too loud, too obvious. Her shift had started hours ago, and yet she felt more awake now than she had when she first arrived. She was restless. Her body kept urging her to move, to run, to leave this sterile environment and race into the night. But she couldn't leave, not now. Not when she was needed. She kept telling herself that. She wasn't a danger to anyone. She wasn't a monster. But that part of her, the part that screamed to leap, to chase, was growing louder with every passing minute. When a trauma patient was wheeled in, a young man who had been in a car accident, Zhao Na was the first to respond. She moved toward him without thinking, already checking his vitals, scanning his injuries. It was automatic now, this feeling of urgency. She worked with precision, her hands steady even as her heart thudded in her chest. And then, in a moment of sharp, terrifying clarity, she felt something she hadn't expected. Her hand, resting gently on the young man's chest, pressed just a little too hard. There was a sudden crack, a sickening, wet sound, and the young man gasped in pain, his eyes fluttering open as he cried out. Zhao Na froze. Her fingers had crushed his rib cage. The sudden realization hit her like a tidal wave. She hadn't meant to, but she had done it. She had hurt him. It wasn't her intention, but the raw, overwhelming power inside her body had surged without warning, and she had no way of stopping it. The room went silent, and for the first time that day, Zhao Na felt truly afraid, not for herself, but for the person lying on the table, for everyone she worked with, for everyone she cared about. she pulled her hand back quickly, but it was too late. She couldn't take it back. The nurse beside her, May, gave her a strange look. "Are you okay?" May asked, her voice soft, unsure. Zhao Na nodded quickly, forcing a smile. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little tired." But the words tasted false. And deep down, she knew there was no going back from this. That night, Zhao Na didn't sleep. She couldn't. The image of the young man's face, the fear in his eyes, played over and over in her mind. She kept seeing the crack in his ribs, the brokenness of her own control. She couldn't do this. She couldn't live like this, always on the edge of something terrible. Her mind raced with possibilities. What if she could learn to control it? What if she could rein in her instincts, tame the animal inside her? She had to try. There was no other choice. But as she lay awake in the dark, the sound of her own heartbeat pounding in her ears, she knew that whatever she tried, it might not be enough. The animal wasn't just inside her anymore, it was becoming her. And that terrified her more than anything. Zhao Na didn't sleep. Not really. Even as her body lay in bed, she could feel the pull of her instincts, growing stronger, more insistent with every passing minute. Her mind was in turmoil, a chaotic swirl of fears, doubts, and the strange, primal urge to run. Her body was restless, every muscle humming with an energy that seemed to come from somewhere deep within her. The sound of her heartbeat was deafening, a constant drum that wouldn't stop, no matter how she tried to ignore it. She tossed and turned, clutching her pillow, burying her face in the cool fabric in a desperate attempt to block out the world. But the world had already changed. It wasn't the same anymore. She pushed herself up from the bed, her movements too fast, too sharp. She couldn't stay still. Her hands trembled as she ran them through her hair, trying to calm herself, but the tension only increased. Her mind kept racing through 1,000 different thoughts, each one as frantic and uncontrolled as the next. What if I hurt someone else? What if I lose it completely? She stood there for a moment, staring at the window, her reflection barely visible in the glass. The city outside seemed so small, so quiet, and yet to her, it felt vast, alive, like the world was spinning just out of reach. She could hear everything: the cars down the street, the soft murmur of the people on the sidewalk, the hum of the buildings themselves. The sounds were so clear, too clear, and every little noise made her skin itch, made her feel like she couldn't breathe. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't stay in this room with the walls closing in on her. Without thinking, she grabbed her jacket and rushed out the door. The cool night air hit her like a shock, and she sucked in a deep breath, trying to ground herself. She had to move. She had to do something before she lost control completely. The streets were quiet, the only sounds the distant roar of traffic and the soft rustle of trees in the breeze. She began walking, her pace quickening with every step. The city was dark, but the moonlight was bright enough to cast long shadows on the ground. Every step she took felt like an echo, like the earth was responding to her, urging her to go faster, farther. By the time she reached the park, her heart was pounding, her breath coming in short bursts. She was running now, the concrete beneath her feet a blur. She didn't think, didn't stop to ask herself why. She just ran, faster and faster, her body pushing itself beyond what was natural, beyond what she had ever done before. The wind in her hair, the rhythm of her breath, the pounding of her feet, it was all she could focus on. She didn't even know how far she went, how long she ran. All she knew was the feeling, the need to keep going. To outrun the world, to outrun herself. Eventually, her body began to protest. The muscles in her legs burned, her lungs screamed for air, but still she pushed forward, unable to stop. She had to keep going. She had to prove that she could control this, prove that she could control herself. But the harder she tried to push, the more the instincts took over. Her muscles were too strong, her speed too much. She could feel the power inside her building, like an untamed force, and the more she resisted, the more it demanded to be released. her mind screamed at her to stop. But she didn't. She couldn't. With a sudden, overwhelming surge of energy, Zhao Na felt her feet leave the ground. She had no idea how or why, but in that moment, it was as if the earth itself had disappeared beneath her, and she was flying. Her body, light as a feather, soared through the air before crashing down into the grass. She landed with a roll, the impact knocking the breath out of her, but she was up again in an instant, her body already moving before she could even think. For the first time since the procedure, she felt free. Free in a way that terrified her. She could feel the world bending to her will, the power coursing through her veins like wildfire. It wasn't just physical strength, it was raw, unfiltered power, and it was so much more than she could control. Zhao Na stopped at the edge of the park, panting heavily. The ground was littered with broken twigs and crushed leaves from her reckless sprint. Her chest heaved, her breath ragged, but it wasn't enough. She needed to do more. She could feel it in her bones, the urge to go farther, faster, but then, the sharp sound of a voice broke through the haze of adrenaline. Zhao Na. She froze, every muscle in her body tensing. She knew that voice. Lu Xia stepped into view, her face etched with concern. She had been following her, had probably been calling out to her for a while, but Zhao Na hadn't heard her until now. "What the hell are you doing?" Lu Xia demanded, her voice tinged with frustration. "I've been looking everywhere for you. You're scaring me." Zhao Na opened her mouth to respond, but no words came out. All she could do was stand there, trembling, trying to catch her breath. Lu Xia took a cautious step forward. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice softer now. "I don't know what's going on with you, but this isn't you. You're not acting like yourself." Zhao Na closed her eyes, the weight of her words pressing down on her. How could she explain this? How could she tell Lu Xia that she wasn't herself anymore? That she didn't know who she was anymore? I don't know, Zhao Na whispered. She shook her head, as if trying to clear the fog from her mind. "I don't know what's happening to me." Lu Xia studied her for a moment, her expression unreadable. "You need to go back home. We need to figure this out, okay? You're scaring everyone." Zhao Na nodded, her body still humming with energy, but she couldn't bring herself to move. She wasn't sure she even could. Every part of her screamed to run again, to leave, but she didn't. "Not this time." Lu Xia moved closer, her voice softening. "Come on. Let's get you back." The walk back to her apartment was quieter. The world seemed still now, the rush of adrenaline slowly fading, leaving behind only exhaustion. The urge to run had dulled, but the feeling didn't go away completely. It lingered, deep within her, like a smoldering ember waiting to be reignited. She knew it wasn't over. This, whatever this was far from over. Zhao Na spent the next few days trying to hold on to the fragments of her life, to the woman she had been before the procedure. She tried to focus at work, tried to act normal, but it was getting harder every day. The animal instincts, the overwhelming power inside her, were becoming harder to ignore. Every time she tried to push it down, it only came back stronger. The urges grew more violent, more uncontrollable, until she wasn't sure if she could hold on to her humanity much longer. The worst part was that no one else understood. Lu Xia was concerned, of course, but there was a limit to how much she could help. And the hospital staff, well, they didn't know what to do either. There was no diagnosis for something like this. There were no treatments for genetic alterations gone wrong. She was alone in this, and every day, the animal inside her grew more and more powerful. She had tried everything: medication, meditation, even physical restraints. Nothing worked. It was as if the procedure had rewired her entire existence, leaving her no room for control. She couldn't even look at herself in the mirror anymore without feeling the gnawing fear that she was becoming something else entirely. That night, after a long shift, Zhao Na stood in front of the bathroom mirror again. Her eyes, now almost entirely amber, stared back at her. They were the eyes of a predator. They were the eyes of someone who didn't belong in the world she had once known, and she didn't know if she could stop herself from becoming exactly that. Zhao Na barely recognized the woman staring back at her in the bathroom mirror. The reflection was too sharp, too intense. Her eyes, once ordinary, now gleamed with a golden intensity that made her stomach twist. There was no softness left in her expression, no trace of the woman she had been before the procedure. She was something else now. Something dangerous. She swallowed hard, the weight of it sinking into her chest. The panic, the fear, that she might lose herself completely, it was all-consuming. But no matter how many times she tried to tell herself it wasn't too late, a part of her didn't believe it. What if she couldn't control it? What if this was her new reality, this feeling of power and rage that simmered just below the surface? Her reflection flickered in her vision as her enhanced eyesight caught the smallest detail, the minute imperfections in her skin, the rapid pulse beneath her neck, the tension in her shoulders, the way her fingers flexed as though itching to do something, to move, to break something. You need to stop, she thought, clenching her fists, before it takes over. The problem was, she didn't know how to stop. Lu Xia had been worried when she had found her in the park the other night. She could see it in her eyes. But that concern was fleeting. Zhao Na had barely returned her calls after that night. She knew what Lu Xia would say now, that it wasn't too late, that she needed help, that she could find someone, anyone, who could fix it. But Zhao Na couldn't face anyone. Not when she was like this. Not when she was becoming something other. The worst part was the animal instincts inside her were growing stronger with each passing hour, nudging her in directions she couldn't control. They whispered to her, constantly. They urged her to run, to hunt, to destroy whatever came in her path. The power of the eagle's vision, the agility of the cheetah, the raw strength of the ant, all of it had come so quickly, had been injected into her body so fast, and now she could hardly stand the stillness of normal life. It felt unnatural to simply walk down the street, to sit in her apartment, to be still. Control. It was the only word that held any meaning anymore, but it was slipping away, like sand through her fingers. She had been trying to live a normal life, trying to pretend that she wasn't a ticking time bomb. But every time she stepped out into the world, she felt the pull of something darker. Something primal. The world was too slow, too dull, and she could feel the friction, the discomfort of it all. Every conversation felt like an interruption, every movement of the people around her too slow, too clumsy. She was always on the edge of snapping, always 2 seconds from letting everything go, and she couldn't stop herself. Zhao Na's shift at the hospital was like any other, except it wasn't. Every patient, every task, every word from a colleague sent her deeper into a state of hyper-awareness. She saw things others didn't, the faintest change in a patient's breathing, the rapid rise and fall of the chest, the subtlest shift in a muscle's tension. It was all there, visible to her, almost painfully so. Her hearing was heightened too. She could hear the murmur of voices in distant rooms, the soft hum of machines, the quiet footsteps of the staff in the hallway, and the worst part? The instinct to act on it. The urge to move faster, to step in and do more than she should. She was constantly holding herself back, fighting the drive to become the animal she could feel crawling just beneath her skin. During lunch break, she found herself in the hospital's small cafeteria, staring blankly at her tray of food. The sandwich looked bland. Lifeless. Her appetite had been waning for days now. But the worst part was how she could feel every single crumb of it, the texture, the taste, the way it slid down her throat. It was so slow. Too slow. She pushed the tray away, not caring when it clattered against the metal table. Her head was pounding with a strange, pulsing pressure. She could almost feel the thrum of her blood in her ears. She rubbed her temples, trying to calm herself, but nothing worked. Nothing ever worked. It was like the energy inside her was becoming too much, threatening to break her apart at the seams. Zhao Na, a voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up, her eyes narrowing as she registered Mei standing in front of her. You okay? You've been acting a little strange lately. Zhao Na's lips pressed into a thin line. She forced a smile, but it felt wrong, as though it had been painted on. I'm fine. Just tired. Mei didn't look convinced, but she didn't press further. You've been looking a little pale, she said with a frown, concern still lingering in her voice. Maybe you should take the rest of the day off. Zhao Na forced another smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. I'm fine. Just a little off, I guess. I'll be okay. She couldn't bring herself to say more. The last thing she wanted was for anyone to know what was really happening to her. She didn't even fully understand it herself. The changes had come too fast, too aggressively, and now she was terrified. What if it was too late to fix? What if there was no way back? What if the person who used to be Zhao Na was already gone? That night, Zhao Na tried again to sleep. She closed her eyes, hoping to escape the madness of her thoughts, but all she could hear was the pounding of her heart, the hum of her breath, the ringing of her heightened senses. She tossed and turned, the bed sheets twisting beneath her, but the discomfort only deepened. She was suffocating. It wasn't just the physicality of the transformation, it was the mental weight, the constant battle against herself. Her body was pushing her to become something else, something she didn't want to be, and she didn't know how to stop it. She didn't know if she could stop it. Suddenly, she sat up, gasping for air, her hand clutched to her chest. She could feel it, the animal instincts rising again, pushing at the edges of her control. It was becoming unbearable. Without thinking, she stood, her legs already moving before her brain could catch up. She needed to run. She needed to escape. She threw open the door, not bothering to grab her jacket, and rushed down the stairs, her feet pounding against the pavement before she even realized it. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't care, the wind whipped through her hair, the world blurring around her as she ran faster, faster than she'd ever run before. Her senses were on fire, the air felt electric, the world sharp and vibrant. Her body surged with a strength she couldn't contain. She pushed herself harder, the need to move becoming a desperate thing, a part of her she couldn't outrun. Her heart raced, the pulse of her blood deafening in her ears. She ran through the streets, her legs carrying her further than she ever thought possible. It wasn't enough. She needed more. The world, once so dull, now seemed too small, too slow. She needed to break through it, to push past everything, and then, just as quickly as the impulse had struck her, she was falling to the ground. She barely registered the impact. The force of it left her breathless, her muscles shaking from the exertion. She lay there for a moment, struggling to catch her breath, to slow the wild pounding in her chest. It wasn't until she heard the faintest sound of someone approaching that she forced herself to sit up, wiping the blood from her hands. She hadn't even realized she'd cut herself. A figure emerged from the shadows, and for a moment, Zhao Na felt a flash of panic. But then she recognized Lu Xia. Zhao Na, Lu Xia's voice was quiet, but full of concern. What are you doing? You can't keep running from this. You can't keep running from yourself. Zhao Na's breath caught in her throat. She looked at Lu Xia, really looked at her, and for the first time in days, she felt something other than the desperate need for escape. She wasn't sure what it was, relief? Regret? But it didn't matter. What mattered was that she couldn't do this anymore. I don't know how to stop, Zhao Na whispered. Her voice cracked as the truth came tumbling out. Lu Xia stepped forward, kneeling beside her. You don't have to do this alone. Let's figure this out together. Zhao Na closed her eyes, the tears threatening to spill over. Maybe it wasn't too late. Maybe she wasn't completely lost. But deep down, she knew that even with help, she couldn't undo what had been done. The animal was inside her now. And no matter how hard she tried, it would always be there. Li Lin sat in the sterile white chair, hands trembling slightly as she stared at the gleaming surgical instruments laid out on the table beside her. It was a small, windowless room in a top-secret genetic research facility, tucked away in the heart of a gleaming city that never seemed to sleep. Outside the walls of this building, the world spun on its axis, filled with problems too vast and complex for most people to address. But inside, Li Lin was about to do something revolutionary. She was going to change herself, and not just in the getting a new haircut sense, or even the going to the gym for a few months sense. No, this was going to be different. Li Lin, a rising star in genetic engineering, had volunteered to undergo an experimental procedure designed to merge human DNA with that of some of nature's most powerful creatures. Eagle vision. Cheetah speed. Ant strength. The procedure, conducted by a secretive team of scientists, was the latest advancement in gene editing, something Li Lin had spent years studying, theorizing, and perfecting. It was a leap forward, a step into a future where the lines between man and beast could blur. And today, she was going to be the first test subject. Are you ready, Dr. Li? Dr. Chen, the lead scientist on the project, asked from across the room, his voice calm but tinged with excitement. Li Lin nodded, her heart racing. She had read all the papers, all the reports. She knew the risks, the potential complications. But she was convinced that this was the future. She was ready for something more, something beyond the ordinary constraints of human existence. She smiled to herself, feeling the surge of ambition coursing through her veins. Ready, she said, her voice steady, though a tiny quiver of doubt lingered in her chest. Dr. Chen gestured to the team behind her. Activate the procedure. A soft whir filled the room as the machinery hummed to life. Li Lin felt a slight pressure against her skin as the needle entered her bloodstream, carrying the modified genes into her system. It was a strange sensation, not painful, but certainly invasive. For a moment, she felt as though she was falling into a deep, dreamless sleep. Her eyelids fluttered, and she could hear the faint whispers of the team members murmuring quietly in the background. But the world around her seemed to fade as the procedure took hold, and then, just like that, everything went black. When Li Lin awoke, the first thing she noticed was how clear everything was. The sterile white ceiling, the pale blue walls, the cold steel of the operating table beneath her, everything was in sharp, vivid focus. It was as if her eyes were new, sharper than they had ever been before. She blinked, adjusting to the new perception of the world. Her vision was nothing short of extraordinary. She could see the fine threads of dust drifting in the air, the individual fibers of the cloth covering the chair beside her, the smallest scratches on the table's surface. She could even see the faintest wrinkles forming at the corner of Dr. Chen's eyes as he bent over her, his face bathed in a look of mild concern. Dr. Li, he said, his voice more cautious than before. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Li Lin didn't respond immediately. She was too busy marveling at the new clarity of her surroundings. She could even make out the details of his corneas, the faint shifting patterns of light dancing across his face. It was like seeing the world through a microscope. She blinked again, then sat up, brushing off the small wave of dizziness that hit her. I see you, she replied, her voice calm, but laced with awe. I can see everything. Dr. Chen's brow furrowed, his expression shifting into something closer to admiration. That's a very good sign. The first stage is complete. Li Lin stretched her arms, feeling a strange surge of energy rushing through her body. It wasn't just her vision, it was as if every muscle in her body had been replaced with pure, untapped strength. She could feel her limbs twitching with a kind of kinetic energy, as if they were vibrating, ready to explode into motion. She stood up, her legs feeling light, almost weightless beneath her. The world around her felt different, more intense, more vivid. She could feel every heartbeat, every breath, every muscle move, even the subtle way her skin shifted in response to the air in the room. But then came the strange sensation, the pull, a sharp, involuntary instinct that tugged at her like a fishing line hooked in her gut. It was an urge, primal and raw. A need to move, to act. Without thinking, Li Lin bolted forward, her legs propelling her across the room with an effortless speed that took her by surprise. She slammed into the wall with a soft thud, her hand instinctively catching herself before she could completely lose balance. "Whoa," she gasped, breathing heavily. She hadn't meant to run, at least, not like that. It had been as if her body had taken over, as if she was no longer in control. Dr. Chen stood frozen for a moment, blinking in disbelief. That's the cheetah speed kicking in. Li Lin laughed nervously, rubbing the back of her neck. I wasn't expecting that. Her mind was racing with the possibilities. She hadn't just gained enhanced vision, she had felt the raw power of speed and strength surge through her. Her body was no longer bound by the limitations of ordinary humans. I think this is going to be amazing, she said, almost to herself. But as the thrill of discovery rushed through her veins, something else began to stir. There was a primal hunger, an instinctual urge rising within her, a feeling she couldn't quite explain. She had never been one to be impulsive or reckless. But the feeling in her gut was compelling, and as her eyes flicked toward the door, she could sense it. She needed to run again. To chase something. To hunt. Dr. Chen, she said, turning back toward him, her voice now more intense. What happens next? Next, he hesitated, taking a cautious step back. Next, we monitor your progress. We'll check your strength, your stamina, and your... Li Lin's mind had already shifted gears. She wasn't interested in listening to another word about monitoring or protocols. She could feel the surge of energy coursing through her, the hunger for movement, the desire to test the limits of her new body. She was already thinking of ways to push herself to the extreme, ways to see just how far these abilities could take her. Later, she muttered under her breath, before rushing out the door, leaving Dr. Chen standing in stunned silence behind her. Outside, the city stretched out before her, a sprawling metropolis filled with towering buildings and bustling streets. But none of it mattered to Li Lin. She was aware of the cars and the people, but they felt distant, almost irrelevant. She could feel the pulse of the city beneath her feet, like an echo in her bones, and with a single thought, she took off. She didn't even think about it. She simply ran. It was instinct now, pure, unrefined. Like a cheetah chasing down prey, her legs moved faster than she had ever imagined possible. She dashed down the street, dodging pedestrians with ease, her body moving through the crowd like water flowing around rocks. Her speed was intoxicating, thrilling, and as she pushed herself faster, she could feel the world blurring around her. She didn't stop until she was standing at the edge of a bridge, looking down at the water below, breathing heavily, her heart pounding. Li Lin took a moment to savor the sensation of freedom. The animal inside her was waking up, but she had yet to realize just how dangerous it could be. Li Lin stood at the edge of the bridge, the wind whipping through her hair as she stared down at the dark water below. She could feel her chest heaving with the exertion of her run, but it wasn't exhaustion she felt, it was something else. Something primal, like a hunter after its prey, a constant tension in her muscles that urged her to move, to chase, to act. She flexed her fingers, feeling the strength in her hands, the raw power of the ant-like force that surged through her limbs. She'd never felt more alive, but there was a gnawing discomfort building inside her, a quiet warning she couldn't ignore. This wasn't normal. This wasn't human. It was as if the animal instincts she'd gained had started to assert control over her thoughts. She should have been more careful, she knew that. But at that moment, there was no stopping the hunger, the need to feel the wind rush past her face, to run until the world couldn't keep up. For a moment, she considered jumping off the bridge, just to feel the fall, to experience the rush of speed and freedom that came with surrendering to gravity. But the thought was fleeting, replaced by an odd clarity. She didn't need to fall. She could outrun the world on her own 2 feet. Li Lin turned away from the edge, swallowing the lump in her throat. She needed to get control. This feeling, this wild impulse, wasn't something she could afford to let dominate her. She had gained these powers for a reason, but now, they were starting to feel more like a curse. She couldn't just give in to the rush every time she felt it. Not if she wanted to retain any semblance of who she used to be. With a deep breath, she forced her legs to slow down, focusing on the solid ground beneath her feet. She stood there for a few moments, eyes closed, listening to the distant hum of the city and the steady rhythm of her own heartbeat. The urge to run was still there, still tugging at her, but she willed it away, forcing herself to think, to breathe. She needed a plan. She needed to figure out how to control this, but the problem was that she didn't know where to start. Back in the lab, Dr. Chen was pacing nervously, his hands clasped behind his back. He'd been hoping for a more controlled result, more time to monitor Li Lin's reaction, more tests, more analysis. But the moment she had rushed out of the room, he had known this experiment wasn't going to go as planned. He had expected excitement, maybe even curiosity, but not this, need to break free. Li Lin was special. That much was clear. But with every great advancement, there was a cost. The animal DNA they had infused into her system wasn't just a gift. It was a catalyst, a trigger for instincts that had lain dormant in humans for millennia. And while Li Lin was undoubtedly intelligent, she was still human, still tethered to a mind that wasn't built to process the intensity of those instincts. A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see his assistant, Mei, standing in the doorway, looking concerned. Dr. Chen, I've been monitoring Li Lin's vitals. Her heart rate's elevated, but stable. However, she hasn't returned to the lab yet. I know, he muttered. She left before I could even speak with her properly. I'm worried. Mei stepped inside, her expression thoughtful. Do you think the procedure's already having an effect on her? I don't think we've seen the full extent of it yet. Her enhanced vision is one thing. The speed, the strength, they'll only get more pronounced as her body adjusts. The more we push her limits, the more her instincts will take hold. We need to keep a close eye on her. If she doesn't learn to control them, we'll lose her. She'll lose herself. Dr. Chen rubbed his temples, deep in thought. He knew there was a way to manage the animal instincts, a way to train the mind to maintain control. But that kind of discipline took time. And time was something they didn't have. Li Lin's mind buzzed with thoughts as she walked back toward her apartment, her feet light on the pavement but her head heavy with the weight of what she'd just experienced. She had to admit, the speed felt incredible. It was like nothing she'd ever known. But that wasn't the issue. The issue was how quickly her instincts took over. How easy it had been to throw caution to the wind and let herself run wild. It wasn't just the speed that had surprised her. It was the hunger that accompanied it, the deep, gnawing need to chase something, anything. It was as though her body was trying to outrun something in her own mind, some part of her she couldn't understand, couldn't control. As she passed the small park near her building, she saw a group of children playing. Her eagle vision caught the flash of their laughter, the glint of sunlight on their tiny faces as they dashed across the grass, their movements quick and erratic. A wild thought, an impulse, flashed through her mind. It was almost like a reflex, like the instinct to catch them, to race after them and play the game of predator and prey. She shook her head, pushing the thought away. She had to stop thinking like this, but the pull was still there. The primal urge was not easily ignored. As she turned the corner toward her building, she was aware of every shift in the air around her, every change in the rhythm of the world. Her senses were heightened to an almost painful degree, as if everything was happening in slow motion. Her mind struggled to keep up. At her apartment, she unlocked the door with a feeling of detachment, as if she was barely present. She moved through the space mechanically, her thoughts a haze of conflicting desires. She needed to ground herself, to get a grip on reality. She couldn't just let the animal instincts take over. She was still herself, wasn't she? The mirror in her hallway caught her eye, and she stopped in front of it. For the first time, she looked at herself carefully, really looked. Her eyes were sharp, too sharp, the pupils slightly dilated. She could see every detail of her face with terrifying clarity. Every pore, every line, every flaw. She ran a hand through her hair, surprised to find it smooth, almost too smooth, like the kind of hair you might find on a predator. This wasn't who she was supposed to be. This wasn't what she had signed up for. A knock at the door startled her, breaking her reverie. She hadn't expected company. But when she opened it, Dr. Chen stood there, looking grim, his expression clouded with concern. Li Lin, we need to talk, he said, her stomach tightened at the sight of him. For a moment, she considered slamming the door shut, ignoring him, running away again. But something in his face stopped her. There was no judgment, no anger, just a quiet understanding. I know, she said, stepping aside to let him in. I don't know what's happening to me. Dr. Chen nodded, his eyes softening. You're experiencing the side effects. The animal instincts are already waking up, and they're stronger than we anticipated. They're taking over. And unless we address this soon, you'll lose yourself to them. You'll lose your humanity. Li Lin swallowed hard. She'd known something was wrong, but hearing him say it out loud made it all the more real. She hadn't wanted to believe it. She thought she could control it, that she could use the power to her advantage, but now she understood the cost. What can I do? She asked, her voice small. How do I stop it? We can reverse the process, Dr. Chen said quietly, but only if you're willing to give up the abilities. You need to make a choice, Li Lin. You can't live as both human and animal. You'll have to choose one. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with finality. Li Lin felt a chill crawl up her spine. She had to make a choice. And for the first time since she had entered that lab, she wasn't sure which way to go. Her heart beat faster, not from fear, but from the weight of possibility. She had always been ambitious, always searching for something more. But was this the more she had been looking for? Li Lin stood frozen in the doorway, her mind spinning, her heart thudding against her chest. Dr. Chen's words felt like a cold slap, a wake-up call she hadn't been ready for. The choice seemed so simple, so stark: give up the powers that had transformed her, or risk losing herself entirely. She glanced at Dr. Chen, his expression now softened, as though he were waiting for her to make a decision. But how could she? How could she give up what she had worked so hard for, what she had dreamed of for years? The strength, the speed, the clarity of vision, everything she had always wanted, everything she had thought would set her apart from the rest of the world. But now it felt like a trap, a gilded cage. And she couldn't shake the thought that perhaps she had already started to change, already started to become something unrecognizable. I don't know what to do, Li Lin said, her voice trembling despite herself. She stepped back into the apartment, rubbing her temples, trying to make sense of the swirling thoughts inside her head. I thought I was ready for this. I thought I understood the consequences. But this, Dr. Chen followed her in, standing awkwardly near the door, unsure whether to approach or give her space. You're not the first one to face this. We've run simulations, you know. The animal instincts are hard to suppress once they've been triggered. The longer they stay dominant, the harder it will be to pull you back. But I believe you can fight it. I've seen it before. It takes time. Li Lin laughed bitterly. Time. You don't understand, Dr. Chen. It's not just about fighting it anymore. I feel it. Every moment, it's like there's something inside me that wants to break free. I can't just shut it off. It's too powerful. I want to let go. I want to run faster, farther, to feel that rush again. And you can, he said, his voice quiet but insistent. But you'll lose yourself in it. The instincts will start to control you. The more you give in, the harder it will be to remember who you are. To remember why you did this in the first place. You have to choose. Li Lin pressed a hand to her forehead, trying to gather her thoughts. She could hear her own breath, sharp and fast, her heart still racing from the speed she had felt earlier. The cheetah inside her was purring, urging her to give in. But something in the back of her mind, a small voice, whispered that it wasn't the right path. She didn't want to lose herself, not like this. She had always been the one in control, the one with the plan. But now, she felt like she was losing grip on everything. What if I don't want to give it up? What if I want to live with it? She asked, the words slipping out before she could think. Dr. Chen shook his head. You'll be choosing the animal over the human. And when that happens, you won't be the person who walked into that lab. You'll be something else entirely. Something uncontrollable. She turned away from him, pacing across the apartment. The walls felt too close, the space too small. Her senses were too sharp, too aware of everything, the ticking of the clock on the wall, the hum of the refrigerator in the corner, the faint sound of traffic from the streets below. It all felt amplified. And there, in the background, was the pull, the need to move, to run, to chase. She stepped toward the window, looking out over the city. The streets stretched endlessly before her, full of people moving about their lives, unaware of the power that was pulsing within her, growing with each passing second. The hunger was still there, gnawing at her, urging her to leave everything behind and just go. To become the animal, the predator, the unstoppable force. But as she stared out at the city, something inside her shifted. A part of her, the part that had gotten her to where she was today, the part that had always been calm and rational, fought back. She had worked so hard for everything she had. She had built a life, a future. She wasn't willing to throw it all away for the sake of power. I don't want to lose myself, she murmured to no one in particular. I've spent my whole life trying to be more than ordinary. I don't want to just vanish into some animal instinct. Dr. Chen stepped forward, his tone gentler now. You don't have to give it all up. There's a way to balance it, to keep the abilities while controlling the impulses. But it will take work. It will take focus. And you'll have to make a conscious choice every day. If you let it slip, I'll lose everything. Li Lin finished for him, her voice barely above a whisper. He nodded. It's the price you pay for the power. The next few days were a blur for Li Lin. She went through the motions, eating, sleeping, working, but her mind was always racing, always on the edge of a decision she hadn't yet made. The animal instincts inside her never fully quieted, no matter how hard she tried to ignore them. Every time she closed her eyes, she could feel them creeping at the edges of her consciousness. And sometimes, when she moved too quickly, when she got too excited or too angry, she felt the urge to give in. It was like living on the edge of a cliff, knowing that one wrong step could send her spiraling into a world she wasn't sure she could control. She spent hours in the gym, pushing her body to its limits, trying to work off the restless energy that kept building inside her. The speed. The strength. The agility. They were all still there, still pulsing through her veins, but with each passing day, she felt the pull of the animal nature becoming stronger. She had made the decision, though. She wasn't going to let herself lose control. She would find a way to balance the power with the person she had been. But balance was harder to achieve than she had expected. One afternoon, as she jogged along the river, feeling the familiar sense of freedom that came with movement, she spotted something that made her pause. A woman, stumbling in the middle of the street, surrounded by a group of men. The men were laughing, jeering, their movements predatory. The woman was struggling to free herself, but they were stronger, bigger. Li Lin froze for a moment, her mind racing, the cheetah inside her suddenly awake and alert. The adrenaline hit her like a wave, and before she could stop herself, she was moving, faster than she had ever run before. Her legs were a blur, her body a machine of speed and power. The men didn't even see her coming. In a flash, she reached them, grabbing the first one by the collar and yanking him back, throwing him to the ground with a force that sent a shockwave through the street. The others barely had time to react before she was on them, moving faster than they could comprehend. Within seconds, the attackers were lying on the ground, groaning and dazed, the woman stood there, wide-eyed, trembling. Li Lin had done what she had never intended to do, she had acted. She had allowed herself to move, to fight, to be the predator. And now, she was standing over the defeated men, panting, her heart racing, but as she looked down at the woman, who was now gazing at her with a mix of awe and fear, something inside Li Lin snapped back into focus. This wasn't who she wanted to be. This wasn't the person she had fought so hard to stay. She had done the right thing, sure, but she had done it on instinct, without thinking, without control. Are you okay? Li Lin asked the woman, her voice surprisingly calm, despite the storm inside her. The woman nodded, eyes wide. Why, yes. Thank you. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up. Li Lin gave a tight smile. Just, take care of yourself, she said softly, before turning and walking away. As she made her way back to her apartment, Li Lin felt the weight of her actions settle over her. She had done the right thing. But at what cost? Every instinct, every power was telling her to keep going, to embrace it. But for the first time, she truly understood the danger of what she was becoming. And no matter how much power she had, she knew one thing for sure, she couldn't lose herself to it. She couldn't let the animal take over, but she had already taken the first step. And the hardest part was yet to come. It had been one of those days, the kind that drags on, like a movie you're stuck watching even though you know you'll regret it. Zhao Yu's office was a cube in a building full of them, one indistinguishable from the next. His computer screen blinked, the cursor mockingly waiting for him to finish whatever menial task had been assigned to him that morning. Zhao was 30, unmarried, and, to be honest, mostly invisible. His co-workers barely acknowledged his presence, and the few that did only spoke to him when absolutely necessary, if a form needed filing, a report needed editing, or a coffee order needed to be placed. He had never asked for more from life. He'd grown used to blending in, to being ignored. But sometimes, when the sky outside the office window looked particularly blue, he would wonder what it would feel like to stand out, to be someone others noticed, someone with purpose, someone unstoppable. It was during one of those blue sky moments that Zhao's gaze wandered across the digital billboards outside his office window. The neon glow of advertisements flickered as he absent-mindedly skimmed over their vibrant messages. One, in particular, caught his attention: unlock the animal within. Beneath it was the tagline, join the evolution, experience the ultimate in human enhancement. Zhao stared at it for a long moment. It wasn't like him to care about things like this. Genetic modification was still controversial. The government had just started rolling out a program for enhanced humans, mostly athletes, military personnel, or high-level scientists. People who could afford it. People with ambition. Not people like him. Still, something about the idea tugged at him. He didn't know why. Maybe it was the word evolution that resonated. Maybe it was the idea that he could somehow tap into something beyond the ordinary. After all, if evolution was all about survival of the fittest, Zhao Yu had certainly missed the boat. He wasn't the fittest. The next day, on a whim that felt utterly out of character, Zhao found himself sitting in a cramped, cold waiting room in the back of an unmarked building downtown. The sign on the door simply read, Gene Tech. He fidgeted in his seat, glancing at his phone, trying to convince himself that he wasn't making a huge mistake. What am I doing? He thought. He wasn't an athlete. He wasn't a geneticist. He wasn't anything. But then again, if this experiment could make him into someone, just for a little while, wasn't that worth the risk? A woman in a lab coat emerged from behind the door, clipboard in hand. Zhao Yu, she called, glancing up. He raised his hand tentatively. Right this way. Zhao followed her into the sterile, white-lit lab. The room smelled of antiseptic and chemicals. A chair waited for him in the center, flanked by a set of strange machines, some that looked like they belonged in a sci-fi film. We'll start with the basics. Are you sure about this? This procedure isn't reversible, she said, as if reminding him that there was still time to change his mind. Zhao nodded. I'm sure. His heart raced. The lab technician looked at him with a faint smile. All right, then. Let's begin. He was strapped into a chair, and the technician prepared the syringe with a mixture of clear fluid. Zhao didn't hesitate, not even when the needle approached his arm. He watched as it entered his skin and felt a brief, sharp pain before a wave of warmth spread through his body. It was subtle at first, like a hum in the background of his senses, but soon the changes began to accelerate. His vision blurred for a moment, and then, with startling clarity, he saw every detail in the room. The pattern on the walls, the molecules in the air, the sweat beads on the technician's brow. His pupils dilated, and he felt an overwhelming surge of awareness, as if his eyes had been adjusted to the sharpest, most precise setting. He could see everything. Next, his body seemed to tingle, like thousands of ants were crawling beneath his skin. His muscles tightened, then relaxed, only to tighten again, each fiber straining in a way he'd never felt before. It was as if his strength had been multiplied 100-fold, like he could lift anything. And then, it happened. A sudden urge to move surged through him, a powerful drive that made him feel like he could sprint faster than any human could possibly manage. His legs twitched. He clenched his fists. He had the power of a cheetah, of a predator on the hunt. The urge to run, to go somewhere, anywhere, was overwhelming. Relax, the technician said softly, as though reading his thoughts. It will take a while for your body to adjust. Just breathe. But Zhao couldn't sit still. He was alive, more alive than he'd ever felt. His eagle-sharp vision darted around the room, his cheetah reflexes twitching in his limbs, and the strength of an ant coursing through his veins. It was too much. The first few hours after the procedure were euphoric. Zhao wandered the city streets, testing his abilities. He darted across a busy intersection with cheetah-like speed, barely avoiding traffic. He lifted an entire trash can with a single hand, throwing it across the street as though it weighed nothing. He even climbed a lamppost with ease, like an ant scaling a mountain. But it wasn't long before the exhilaration began to wane. Zhao's mind buzzed with the constant need to act, to do. His eagle vision, which had seemed so powerful at first, now overwhelmed him. Every tiny detail around him was magnified, the sharpness of his senses making him paranoid. He could hear every conversation around him, see the flicker of neon signs across the street, and feel the weight of every object he passed as though they were calling out to him. And then there was the cheetah instinct. Zhao's new speed made him feel restless, as though he couldn't sit still. Every conversation felt like it needed to be sped up. Every movement, every interaction, had to be faster. More efficient. More urgent. But the worst part was the strength. It wasn't just physical, it was emotional. Every impulse felt too much. His muscles longed to push things, to smash things. At one point, when a woman on the street dropped her purse, Zhao instinctively reached to help her, but his hand clenched so hard that he nearly crushed the purse with his bare hand. He was no longer just a man. He was something more. Something untamed. Later that evening, back in his apartment, Zhao sat at his desk, staring at the reflection in the mirror. He looked the same, sort of, but everything felt different. His body was more powerful, but his mind was unraveling. He could barely think straight. The animal instincts were too strong. He felt the pull of something primal in him, tugging at his thoughts. It was as if the world was too slow, and he needed to act on every impulse that crossed his mind. What have I done? He wondered. But just as quickly, the thought passed, replaced by an overwhelming drive to move forward. To keep going. To do something. Zhao walked over to the window and stared out at the city. In the distance, he could see a hawk perched on a telephone pole. For a moment, he wondered if the hawk could see as clearly as he could. If it knew how powerful it was. And then he smiled, a little wickedly. Maybe, just maybe, Zhao was finally on the verge of becoming someone important. Someone who could actually make a difference in this world. Or maybe, he thought, he was about to lose himself to something darker. Something wild. One thing was for sure, he couldn't go back to being the guy who disappeared in the crowd. Zhao didn't sleep much that night. His mind churned, thoughts colliding like an unruly storm. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being pulled in multiple directions at once, his animal instincts urging him to leap forward, to act, to push harder, while his human mind struggled to regain some semblance of control. He hadn't felt this kind of confusion since he was a teenager, struggling to figure out who he was, but this time the stakes felt higher, more dangerous. By morning, his restlessness had only deepened. He stood in front of his mirror, staring at the person who looked like him but didn't feel like him. His eyes were sharp, unnervingly so. His pulse was quick, his body taut with tension, as though every muscle in his body was coiled, ready to spring at a moment's notice. He had always been a man who blended into the background. Not anymore. He didn't know if he was ready to face the consequences of the change yet, but there was no denying that he was no longer the same person. When he stepped out into the street, it was as if the world had changed around him. Every sound seemed more intense. Every movement was clearer, sharper. He could see the tiniest detail, he could see the individual fibers of fabric in a woman's coat, the microscopic movements of pedestrians as they moved, almost like he could predict what they would do next. He turned his head and, with a slight shift in his vision, focused on a far-off landmark, a clock tower in the distance. He could read the time on its face from several blocks away. It wasn't just that his eyesight had improved, it was more like he had gained the ability to understand everything in his line of sight with crystal clarity. At the same time, the restlessness inside him was unbearable. It was as if his body couldn't stop moving. Every step he took felt like a burst of energy, every moment a chance to run, to rush, to leave everything behind. He jogged lightly down the street, instinctively picking up the pace. A woman with a stroller crossed his path, and before he even realized what was happening, he had stepped forward, instinctively grabbing the stroller to push it out of the way of an oncoming bike messenger. His reflexes were impossibly fast. The speed at which his body acted surprised him even as he did it. The stroller slid harmlessly to the side. The bike messenger swerved, only narrowly missing him, but there was no collision. For a split second, Zhao felt a rush of triumph. He had just saved someone's day. But then the world around him slowed. The adrenaline from the reflexive act started to wear off. He felt the weight of the stroller in his hands, the pressure of lifting it with more force than was necessary. His grip tightened a little too much, and the stroller buckled under his touch. The woman gasped, and Zhao quickly set it down, embarrassed that he turned away quickly, but the animal instincts were rising inside him again. He could feel them, clawing at the back of his mind. His vision was too sharp, his movements too fast. He was hyper-aware of everything, of everyone. People stared at him as he passed, and for a second, Zhao felt like a circus animal, on display for all to see. He didn't want to be noticed. He never had, but now, it seemed like no matter where he went, he couldn't escape the animal inside. He needed to do. He needed to move. He couldn't keep walking through the streets like this. So, without thinking much, he darted to the nearest alleyway, his legs pushing him faster than he intended. The sound of his shoes hitting the pavement was barely audible as he sped up, weaving around obstacles with the agility of a predator. He felt a thrill, like he was untouchable, like he was no longer constrained by the world. At the end of the alley, a large dumpster stood in his way. Zhao didn't stop, he just jumped. His muscles reacted before his mind could catch up. He sailed over it with ease, landing on the other side and rolling to absorb the impact. When he stood up, his heart raced with exhilaration. This was it, the feeling he had been searching for his whole life. The feeling of freedom. Of not being bound by anything. Not by time, not by expectations, not even by gravity, but the rush soon began to fade, replaced by a gnawing feeling deep inside him. Was this really who he wanted to be? He wasn't just the sum of his new powers. He was still a person, still someone who had dreams and fears, who wanted connection, who wanted to be understood, yet, the animal instincts were always there, lurking just beneath the surface. They weren't him, but they were part of him now. How much longer could he keep the human side of him in control? Or was he already losing that battle? Days passed, and Zhao found himself teetering on the edge of madness. His office, his home, the world outside, everything felt both too fast and too slow. His body was a vessel of pure energy, constantly craving action, while his mind struggled to keep it all in check. Every time he tried to focus on something, anything, his heightened senses would pull him in a dozen different directions. His coworkers began to notice. It started with little things, a strange look in his eyes when he was speaking, a habit of tapping his foot incessantly under the desk, the way his words sometimes spilled out too quickly, like he was in a rush to get somewhere he couldn't explain. One afternoon, his boss, a middle-aged man with a perpetual frown, called him into his office. "Zhao," he said, his voice unusually soft. "I've been observing you." Zhao's stomach tightened. He had no idea how to respond. He had been trying so hard to keep a lid on everything, to act normal, but normal had slipped away from him a long time ago. He nodded, unsure of what his boss was getting at. "I know you're different," his boss continued, scratching his chin. "You've been performing better than anyone else in the office, way better. You're finishing projects faster. You're more accurate. I even heard from Karen that you helped her move some heavy files last week. But there's something off. Something unnatural about it." Zhao swallowed, his heart racing. I don't know what you mean." His boss leaned forward, his gaze narrowing. "Look, we're all professionals here. If you're on something, if you've been taking drugs or whatever, just tell me. You don't need to hide it. I just need to know what's going on with you." Zhao blinked, stunned. Drugs? He wasn't on anything. He was just different. The powers inside him were growing stronger, pulling at him, and it was getting harder to deny them. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. What could he say? How could he explain what was happening to him when he barely understood it himself? His boss sighed and stood up, pacing the room. "Look, Zhao, I don't want to be harsh, but we're a team here. We need to be able to count on you to stay grounded. If you need time off, I'll give you time off. But this kind of performance, this kind of energy, can't be sustainable. You need to figure out what's going on, and fast." Zhao nodded numbly, feeling the weight of the world settle on his shoulders. His boss was right. This wasn't sustainable. He couldn't keep pretending like everything was fine, when inside, he was barely holding it together. That night, after a restless day at work, Zhao went home and collapsed on his couch. He had no idea what to do next. Part of him wanted to throw himself into his powers, to embrace the animal instincts and let them take control. It would be easy. But something told him that if he did that, he might lose more than just his grip on reality. He might lose himself entirely. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, trying to steady his racing thoughts. He needed to find balance. He needed to figure out how to live with the animal instincts without letting them rule him completely. And he needed help. But where could he find it? Zhao didn't sleep much again that night. His thoughts were too loud, too frantic. He tossed and turned, his body thrumming with energy that refused to subside, as if every muscle in his frame was vibrating, desperate to act. The sheer force of his new instincts was enough to drive him to the edge, and yet every time he tried to control them, they slipped through his fingers like sand. At work the next day, things only got worse. The walls felt like they were closing in around him. He couldn't focus on anything. His eagle vision, once an asset, had become a curse. Every tiny detail was now a source of agitation. He could see the slight trembling of his coworker's hands as she typed, the erratic flicker of the fluorescent lights above his desk, the movement of the air particles. Everything was magnified, too sharp, too overwhelming. The world was moving too slowly. Zhao tried to concentrate, but the speed inside him kept pushing him forward. His legs itched to run. His muscles flexed involuntarily, like they wanted to break free. He could feel the urge building, like a coiled spring, and just as he was about to explode into motion, his boss called him into his office. "Zhao," Mr. Heller said, his voice low, serious. "You've been acting strange lately. I don't know what's going on with you, but you need to get it together. Your work is impressive, but your attitude. I'm getting worried." Zhao opened his mouth to respond, but the words stuck in his throat. How could he explain what was happening to him? How could he tell his boss that he wasn't the same anymore? That he didn't even know what he was anymore? He swallowed, forcing his voice to stay steady. "I'm just tired, sir," Zhao said, the lie slipping easily from his lips. "I'm trying to work through it." Mr. Heller eyed him with suspicion, but he nodded. "You better. I don't want to have to send you home. Take the afternoon off, get some rest. Clear your head." Zhao nodded gratefully, but as soon as he left the office, he couldn't contain himself. The urge to move was overwhelming. He had to run. He had to feel the ground beneath his feet, the wind in his face. He broke into a jog as soon as he hit the street, picking up speed until he was sprinting. The power in his legs surged with each step, and before he knew it, he was darting through the streets, weaving in and out of pedestrians with ease. He ran faster, faster, until the world became a blur. The sound of his breath was all he could hear, the thud of his footsteps like a drumbeat in his chest. He didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He was a cheetah on a hunt, and there was nothing that could slow him down. He felt invincible. And then he realized that he had no idea where he was going. The city streets stretched out before him, unfamiliar and endless. He was in the middle of a neighborhood he didn't recognize. The buildings were smaller, the streets quieter. He slowed to a jog, then to a walk, but the urgency didn't fade. He could feel the animal instincts gnawing at him, urging him to do something, to act. It was like an itch under his skin that couldn't be scratched. He rounded a corner, and that's when he saw it. A stray dog, emaciated and dirty, sitting in the middle of the road, watching him with those sad, human eyes. The dog's ribs were visible beneath its matted fur, its tail limp at its side, something twisted in Zhao's chest. He didn't know why, but the sight of the animal hit him harder than it should have. Maybe it was the fact that he could feel the dog's pain, its hunger, its loneliness, as though he were experiencing it too. He knelt down, instinctively reaching out to the animal, his fingers brushing against its coat. The dog's eyes softened, and for a moment, Zhao felt a connection, a bond that transcended everything he'd been feeling for the past few days. But then, just as quickly, it faded. The cheetah inside him wanted to move on, to keep going, to find something else to conquer. He stood up abruptly, his legs twitching with the need to sprint again. But the dog whined, the sound breaking through the storm in his mind. Zhao paused, his hand still hovering over the dog's fur. And that was when he felt it, his strength, the overwhelming power of the ant coursing through him, urging him to lift the dog up, to carry it somewhere, to do something. But he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to act on the instinct. Not anymore. He closed his eyes, forced himself to breathe. Slowly, he lowered his hand and backed away, fighting the urge to pick up the dog, to do something with it, anything. When he opened his eyes again, the dog was gone, having stumbled away, its tail between its legs. Zhao watched it disappear into the alleyway, feeling both relief and disappointment. He turned and walked back down the street, his pace slowing with each step. His mind was still reeling. The animal side of him was still there, but for the first time since the experiment, he had resisted it. It had been a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. By the time he reached his apartment, the evening was settling in, the sky darkening as the first stars began to appear. Zhao was exhausted, not physically, but mentally. The strain of controlling the animal instincts inside him was becoming unbearable. Inside his apartment, he sank onto the couch, closing his eyes and rubbing his temples. The world felt too loud. The ticking of the clock on the wall, the distant sound of traffic outside, the hum of his refrigerator, all of it was magnified, and it was driving him mad. He stood up quickly, the impulse to move again overwhelming him. He needed to do something. But what? He didn't want to break anything, hurt anyone, or lose control. And that's when the idea hit him that he didn't have to do it alone. Zhao had heard whispers about a support group, people who had undergone similar enhancements. People who were learning to control their animal instincts. They met in secret, away from the eyes of society, to share their struggles and find ways to balance their new selves with their humanity. It sounded like exactly what he needed. A place to belong, a way to understand what was happening to him, to make sense of the chaos inside. That he found the address online and wrote it down, feeling a small flicker of hope in his chest. Maybe there was a way out of this storm. Maybe there was a way to stop running. The next day, he made his way to the location, a dilapidated building at the edge of the city. He hesitated outside for a moment before pushing open the door. Inside, it was dimly lit, and the air was thick with the smell of incense and old wood. A few people were scattered around the room, talking in hushed voices. One of them, a tall man with dark, intense eyes, looked up when Zhao entered. He had a kind of calm about him that Zhao envied. The man smiled slightly, as though he had been expecting him. "You're one of us, aren't you?" the man said, his voice soft but knowing. Zhao didn't answer immediately. He was still trying to process everything, the experiment, the animal instincts, the growing sense that he was losing himself. But there, in that room, he realized that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't alone in this. Maybe there were others who understood. He took a deep breath and nodded. "I think I am." Tang Hao adjusted his glasses and stared at the monitor, the dim glow of the screen casting a ghostly light over his lab. He had spent countless sleepless nights here, experimenting, tweaking, and rewriting his code over and over again. Today, though, today was different. Today, he was going to change everything. The CRISPR technology that had taken the world by storm was now his tool. He had found a way to rewrite not just the code of the human genome, but to edit it, to enhance it. And the results, if his calculations were correct, were going to be monumental. Hawkeye vision, cheetah speed, and strength, he murmured to himself, as if saying the words aloud would make them real. It had been a risky experiment. He'd injected himself with the genetic sequences he'd altered, mixing the DNA of the animals he'd selected. The eagle's eyes, able to see with clarity that far outstripped any human's vision. The cheetah's legs, fast enough to run at unimaginable speeds. The ant's muscles, strong enough to carry loads far heavier than any human could manage. Tang Hao's fingers danced across the keyboard, inputting the final commands. He was shaking, but not from fear. He felt a rush of adrenaline that came from the thrill of being on the verge of greatness. As the program executed, a series of lights blinked across the control panel. A deep hum filled the air, like the sound of a powerful machine coming to life. The genetic sequence was in his bloodstream now. It was done. He leaned back in his chair, feeling a strange mixture of exhilaration and unease. Nothing immediate seemed to happen. His heartbeat was normal. His breathing, steady. Maybe it would take a few moments for the changes to take hold. Maybe he wouldn't even notice, but then, something strange happened. He felt it first in his eyes, a prickling sensation, like 1,000 pinpricks against the surface of his corneas. He squinted, as if trying to shake it off. But the sensation only grew stronger. His vision sharpened. Everything in the room, the scattered papers on his desk, the loose wires tangled on the floor, stood out with unnatural clarity. He gasped. He could see the fibers of his sweater, each individual strand of cotton, as if it were a microscopic view of the fibers themselves. The overhead light flickered once, and he could see the tiny sparks inside it, like a live wire teetering on the edge of a breakdown. He blinked, trying to adjust, but his eyes refused to settle. They were too sharp, too sensitive to the world around him. He had never imagined it would be like this. No way, he muttered, rubbing his eyes. But when he opened them again, the world was just as sharp. And in that moment, he could swear he saw the movement of a tiny fly in the corner of the room, too fast for a human to follow, but not for him. Without thinking, his body responded. He shot out of his chair, moving at lightning speed, and in a blur of motion, swatted the fly out of the air. It was almost like watching a video on fast forward. His hand came down like a hammer, his reflexes faster than his brain could even process. The fly was dead before it had a chance to escape. Holy crap, he whispered, his voice tinged with disbelief. His heart raced with excitement. The cheetah's speed was real. The vision was real. And that was only the beginning. But before he could bask in his victory, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The room seemed to tilt sideways. His vision flickered for a moment, as if the enhanced sight was no longer just a tool but something that was demanding attention, forcing his mind to process more data than it could handle. He stumbled backward, feeling a wave of nausea. His muscles tensed, his body on high alert. It wasn't just the speed or the vision now. Something deeper, more primal, was stirring inside of him, an almost unbearable restlessness, as if every fiber of his being was vibrating with animal energy. Maybe I pushed it too far, he muttered, clutching the edge of his desk for support. His body was beginning to feel wrong, like he was losing touch with what it meant to be human. Tang Hao's thoughts scattered like a flock of birds as he staggered toward the door. He needed fresh air. He needed to calm down. He needed to think. Outside, the cool evening air hit him with a gust of relief. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. But as he inhaled, his senses seemed to expand, like his nose was absorbing every single scent in the vicinity. The sharp tang of car exhaust. The faint perfume of a passerby. The damp earth underfoot. And then, he noticed something that made his heart skip a beat, a movement in the distance. A cat, darting through an alleyway. No big deal, right? But to Tang Hao, it was like a signal flare going off in his mind. His muscles twitched involuntarily. His pulse quickened. It was prey. God, no, he thought. This is insane. He could feel it, the urge to chase, to hunt. The same animal instincts he had always studied in his research, now pulsing through his veins like an uncontrollable fire. He was no longer just a scientist. He was something else. Something other. His breathing came in shallow gasps as he fought the impulse to run, to chase that cat down and catch it in a blur of speed and power. But the longer he resisted, the harder it became to ignore. It took all his willpower, but he eventually forced himself to walk away, clenching his fists so tightly that his nails bit into his palms. Back at his apartment, the chaos continued. The first few days passed in a haze of exhilaration and confusion. Tang Hao couldn't keep his mind focused on anything for too long. His senses were on overdrive. He could hear conversations from down the hall. He could see the flicker of a television screen through a wall. He could smell the faint aroma of someone's lunch hours before it even entered the building. And worst of all, he couldn't shake the feeling that his body was beginning to betray him. He was losing control. One afternoon, he decided to test his strength. He walked into his kitchen, picked up the refrigerator with ease, and tossed it across the room like it was a toy. The shock of it stunned him. He had never been this strong before. And yet, as he stood there, his breath coming in ragged gasps, a sense of terror gripped him. He was no longer himself. The things he had always believed to be true, that he was a rational, intelligent person, were fading, replaced by a gnawing, primal hunger that threatened to consume him. Later that night, Tang Hao sat in his apartment, staring at the reflection in his bathroom mirror. He was watching himself change, watching the man he once knew slip away. His eyes were glowing with an unnatural sharpness. His muscles rippled with strength that shouldn't have been possible. His senses were so heightened that it was almost unbearable. He was losing control. He had become something else entirely. His phone buzzed on the counter. A text message from his ex-girlfriend, Ling. "Hey, I know we haven't talked in a while, but are you okay? I've been hearing some weird stuff about you. Let me know." Tang Hao stared at the message. He hadn't seen Ling in months. He wasn't sure why she was reaching out now, but one thing was clear: he didn't want her to see him like this. He didn't want anyone to see him like this. "I'm becoming a monster," he thought bitterly. And if he didn't find a way to stop it, he'd never be Tang Hao again. Tang Hao's fingers hovered over the phone screen. His mind was a chaotic storm, swirling with the noise of his newfound abilities, the rising fear in his chest, and the creeping realization that his humanity was slipping away. His thoughts were jagged, fractured. "I need to fix this." The message from Ling blinked at him. She had always been the one to keep him grounded. But how could he even begin to explain what had happened to him? How could he tell her he wasn't the man she once knew, that he was becoming something else? Something that didn't belong in the world of logic and reason he had built his life on. The phone buzzed again, this time a call. Ling's name flashed on the screen, her image clear in his mind, her long black hair, the faint curve of her smile, the way she used to tease him about his obsession with his work. That smile, now a distant memory, sent a pang through his chest that he didn't pick up. Instead, he tossed the phone across the room, watching it skitter across the floor. His body was trembling, his skin alive with a restless energy that he couldn't control. He pressed his palms to his face, trying to steady his breathing. But the hunger was there. A gnawing, insistent force at the back of his mind. It wasn't just the hunger for food, it was the hunger for power. For dominance. For the raw, primal thrill of movement. The urge to run, to hunt, to break free from the fragile human shell that was holding him back. He stood up, the floor creaking beneath his weight, and walked to the window. Outside, the city sprawled beneath him, a sea of lights and shadows, people moving through their daily routines. Ordinary. Simple. He had once been one of them. Now, he could hear everything: the muffled conversations on the street below, the rhythmic beat of a car's engine, the heartbeat of a woman walking her dog. He could feel the vibrations in the air, the pulse of the world itself. The smell of rain was in the air. The faintest trace of it, but it was there, sharp as if he could taste it. A noise behind him, a knock at the door. His heart thudded. He turned sharply, his reflexes kicking in before his brain had time to process. His muscles tensed, every fiber of his being on high alert. The instincts were taking over. Every ounce of his humanity screamed for him to ignore it. But there was a small part of him that still remembered who he was, the man who had, at one point, tried to live a normal life. A life of science. Of discovery. He took a deep breath and forced himself to the door. As he opened it, the familiar figure of Ling stood there, her eyes wide with concern. "Are you okay, Tang?" she asked, her voice soft, yet tinged with uncertainty. Her gaze flickered nervously to his eyes, and then to his clenched fists. "I've been trying to reach you." He opened his mouth to speak but found that his voice was trapped somewhere between words and growls. The hunger inside him was suddenly louder, louder than her voice, louder than anything else. He had to say something. He had to. "Ling," he finally managed, his voice strained, almost foreign to him. "You shouldn't have come. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain myself." Her brows furrowed, her lips parted in confusion. "You're acting weird, Tang. You're not yourself. What's going on? This isn't like you." He forced himself to take a step back, hoping the distance would help. You don't understand. I've changed. Something's happened to me. Something that I can't stop. She looked at him, concern now mixing with fear. She took a tentative step inside. I don't know what you mean. But you've always been a little obsessive about your work, you know? Maybe it's just stress or something. No, he said, his voice darkening as his body seemed to vibrate with an unnatural energy. It's more than stress. It's like my body is being taken over by something else. I don't feel like myself anymore. I'm losing control. He saw her open her mouth to speak, but he didn't wait for her response. He couldn't. The air in the room felt thick, suffocating, and every inch of him screamed for release. He turned sharply, pacing the floor, his mind a tangled mess of frustration and desperation. He could feel the transformation happening more strongly than ever. His body was no longer his own. The power was coursing through his veins, pushing him toward something animal, something primal. I can't do this. Not with her here. He needed to get away. He had to get to the lab. It was the only place where he might be able to undo what he had done, to try to reverse the process before it was too late. Ling, he said, his voice trembling with a mixture of regret and fear, you need to leave. Please. I don't want to hurt you. Stop, she said, her voice firm. I don't care what's going on. I'm not going to let you just push me away. I'm here for you, Tang. I can help. But as she moved closer to him, her hand reaching out as if to comfort him, something in Tang Hao snapped that he caught her wrist, his grip tight, the strength in his hand enough to make her wince. No, you don't understand. You don't get it. His voice cracked as he fought to control the wild surge of animal instinct. He pulled her closer, the pull of his enhanced strength making it impossible for her to break free. The hunger surged again. It clawed at his insides, urging him to act. To take what he wanted. His vision blurred. He saw her as more than just a person now. He saw her as prey, just like that cat from earlier. His muscles twitched. His eyes were wide, pupils dilating as the animal inside of him stretched out, waiting for permission to take control. Her breath hitched. Tang, what's happening to you? He couldn't breathe. He could only hear the rush of blood pounding in his ears. Could only feel the heat in his chest as the animal within him pushed against every last shred of his humanity. Please, Tang, her voice wavered, but the words barely reached him. The world had become too sharp, too overpowering. His brain screamed at him to stop, to regain control. But the animal instincts clawed harder than ever. Then, just as the last vestiges of his self-control started to crack, there was a snap, the door swung open behind her. A figure stepped into the room, dark and tall, with an air of authority that stilled the moment. Tang Hao's animal instincts flared, every sense tingling. But his mind barely registered the person entering. The man's voice cut through the chaos. Let her go, Tang. Tang's vision cleared for a moment, and he realized who it was. Dr. Li, he gasped, the recognition pushing through the fog in his mind. What are you doing here? Fixing your mistake, Dr. Li said, his eyes cold as he sized up the situation. You didn't think you could just tamper with your DNA and walk away, did you? The recognition of Dr. Li's voice pierced through the fog of Tang Hao's mind like a knife. The man standing in the doorway wasn't just any colleague, he was Tang's mentor, someone who had cautioned him for years about the dangers of unchecked ambition. He had warned him, had pleaded with him to proceed slowly, to think about the risks. Tang's hand tightened on Ling's wrist involuntarily, his knuckles white, his muscles trembling. His heart hammered in his chest, each beat driving him further into a frenzy of confusion and animal instinct. His eyes darted toward Dr. Li, but the world around him seemed too loud, too fast. He couldn't focus. He couldn't think. The urge to flee, to run, to hunt, was overwhelming. Ling's breath was shallow, her eyes wide with fear, and the pulse of Tang's heartbeat drowned out all other sounds. He was spiraling out of control. He could feel it. Dr. Lee's voice sliced through the noise, firm, unyielding. I said, let her go, Tang. There was no hesitation, no fear in his tone. Just authority. The words seemed to reach through the haze, a lifeline in the swirling chaos of Tang's mind. He blinked. Once. Twice. His grip on Ling loosened just enough for her to pull away, stumbling backward toward the door. Her eyes never left him, wide with a mixture of fear and concern. She hadn't run. She hadn't screamed. She was still trying to help him. That realization hit Tang like a shockwave. He didn't want to hurt her. He didn't want to hurt anyone. But something inside of him was changing, shifting, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could keep it at bay. He couldn't let it consume him. He took a step back, breathing heavily, fighting the storm inside him. But Dr. Lee didn't move, didn't back down. He stood his ground, his gaze steady, as if he had prepared for this moment long before. You're losing yourself, Tang, Dr. Lee said, his voice softer now, but no less forceful. And if you don't stop this, it's only going to get worse. You've crossed a line. You don't have to let it be the end. You can still fix this. But you have to come with me. Now. Tang's chest heaved as the hunger, the animal need, twisted inside of him. He wanted to scream, to run, to tear through the walls of his apartment, but his legs felt like they were glued to the floor. His fingers clenched, released, then clenched again. Every part of him screamed for release, but a part of his mind, the part that had once been rational, once been human, held on to the last threads of control. Fix it, he rasped, his voice low, guttural. How? You think you can just undo this? His breath was ragged now, every word coming out in sharp, clipped bursts. You don't know what it's like. It's taking over. I can't, you can, Dr. Lee interrupted, taking a single step closer. I've seen what you've done. I know you, Tang. And I know you're not beyond saving. But you have to trust me. You have to come with me, and we'll reverse the process together. The words seemed to settle over Tang like a balm, a momentary relief from the chaotic storm swirling inside him. He could fix this. It wasn't too late. But a cold, gnawing fear settled in his stomach. If he let go of the animal instinct, if he tried to walk away from the power he'd gained, would he still be Tang Hao? Would he be anything at all? What if it was too late? What if the transformation was already too far gone? Dr. Lee's eyes flickered to Ling, still standing by the door, trembling, but still watching him with an expression of concern. She hadn't left. She was still there. She hadn't given up on him, despite everything he'd done. He wanted to reach for her, to tell her he was sorry, but his body refused to obey him. His eyes darted back to Dr. Lee, his mind still racing. Could he trust him? Could he even trust himself anymore? I can't, Tang started to say, his voice faltering. But then the world shifted again, his vision blurring, the hunger rising up to choke his words. And just like that, the animal instinct overwhelmed him once more. His pupils dilated, the darkness within him surging to the surface. His mind screamed, trying to fight it, but his body responded without his command. He could feel the strength in his legs, the speed in his veins. His senses flooded with the sense of everything around him, the air, the sweat on Ling's skin, the faint traces of blood in the room. The primal urge surged inside of him, and before he even realized what was happening, his body was in motion. He was moving faster than he had ever moved before. Ling gasped, stepping back in fear, but Tang barely registered her presence. All he could hear now was the sound of his own heartbeat, the thudding pulse of something wild and untamed. He could hear Dr. Lee shouting something, but the words didn't reach him. All that mattered was the chase. The hunger. The need to escape, to release the animal inside of him. And then, just as he was about to break free, to run, something stopped him. A searing pain shot through his side. It wasn't a physical pain, but a mental one. A force so strong, it yanked him back from the edge of the abyss. His body jerked as if shocked by an electric current, and for the first time in what felt like hours, he heard his own voice again, no. The word was a raw gasp, torn from his throat as if he was fighting for control. He stumbled back, his vision flickering, and for a moment, everything paused. The hunger, the rush, the urge to flee, it all stalled, just for a second. His mind cleared enough to recognize the truth that he had to stop. Now, the thought of running, of losing himself entirely, made his stomach churn. He had worked so hard to build something, to be something. He had to reclaim it. No matter the cost. He dropped to his knees, his breath ragged, his head pounding, and then, with all the strength he could muster, he forced himself to look up at Dr. Lee. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Please. Help me." Dr. Lee's face softened. For the first time, there was no judgment in his eyes, just understanding. And something that, for a brief moment, felt like hope. "We'll fix this, Tang," he said, moving closer, his voice calm but firm. "We'll fix it. Together." The words, simple as they were, felt like a lifeline. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Tang Hao allowed himself to believe that there was a chance. A chance to be human again, but the journey ahead would not be easy. The battle within him, between the man he had been and the monster he was becoming, was far from over. And every step toward redemption would be a struggle, a constant fight to hold on to the last scraps of what made him Tang Hao. The road ahead was uncertain. But as he looked into Dr. Lee's eyes, he knew one thing for sure: he wasn't alone. The city was alive with the hum of evening traffic, the chorus of 1,000 lives crisscrossing, colliding, and spinning their wheels toward some indistinct destination. But for Zhang Chen, a man trapped in his own head, it felt more like a cage. The fluorescent glow from the office building behind him flickered against his pale face as he stepped out onto the busy sidewalk, a place where the noise should have been comforting, like background music in a film. But it wasn't. Not anymore. For Zhang, every noise felt like an assault. He could hear the distant honking of horns, the rhythmic pounding of footsteps on concrete, the whir of a bus's engine winding its way through the city. Each sound, once ignorable, now cut through his brain like the slicing of a razor. His senses had become too sharp, and the world had grown too loud. Zhang ran his fingers through his short black hair, trying to settle the unease bubbling in his chest. A few months ago, the world had seemed predictable, boring, even. He had worked a mundane job as a geneticist in an unremarkable lab, studying mice and cell cultures, dreaming of something more exciting. Something more human. Or, perhaps, something more than human. And that's exactly what he had become. The experiment had been meant to push the boundaries of science. It was supposed to enhance human capabilities, elevate the body and mind to levels previously unimaginable. Zhang had volunteered eagerly, knowing the risks. But when he had walked into that lab, he hadn't understood just how much he was signing away. How much of himself would be left behind. Zhang had been injected with a series of experimental gene edits, an eagle's keen eyesight, a leopard's explosive speed, an ant's unimaginable strength. All of them, genetically fused into his DNA. The procedure had left him shaken, but the results? Nothing short of miraculous. For weeks, he reveled in his newfound abilities, speeding through the streets at a blur, watching the tiniest details with his enhanced vision, lifting weights that would have crushed any normal person, but that had been the high point. Now, every moment felt like a battle. His senses had become too sharp, too tuned in. The world around him was always there, demanding his attention, pushing him to react. His vision would often lock on a passing stranger's face, and suddenly, he could see their pores, their blood vessels, the minute tremor in their hand as they reached for their wallet. It wasn't a gift anymore, it was a curse. The leopard speed wasn't any better. He would be walking through the crowded streets, and then, without warning, his body would surge forward, running, not out of joy, but out of impulse. His mind would scream to stop, but his body moved of its own accord, leaving behind chaos in his wake, and then there was the strength of the ant. At first, it had been fun, picking up a bus bench and tossing it across the park. But now, it was a constant struggle to avoid lifting and rearranging random objects, like the stack of office chairs in his cubicle that he had moved into a perfect pyramid, just because it felt right. All of these abilities had made Zhang a superhuman. But they had also made him less human. Today, though, the frustration had reached a tipping point that he stepped off the curb to cross the street, and his eyes locked onto a figure in the distance, a man in a suit, moving quickly through the crowd. Zhang's eagle vision zoomed in, and in an instant, he saw something that shouldn't have been possible. The man had dropped his wallet. The impulse kicked in. His mind screamed wait, but his body was already moving, his legs propelling him forward with lightning speed, dodging pedestrians, leaping over trash cans, and crossing the street in an almost surreal blur. In a fraction of a second, Zhang reached the wallet, scooped it up, and darted back toward the man. His heart was pounding, his body still humming with the aftershock of his reckless speed. The man, still unaware, walked on, his briefcase tucked under his arm, his back turned. Zhang's fingers clutched the wallet tightly, and a strange satisfaction settled over him. He held it up as he reached the man. "Excuse me," Zhang called, barely catching his breath. The man turned, looking confused for a moment. He blinked rapidly, then stared at Zhang as if seeing him for the first time. "How did you?" He trailed off, his eyes flicking from the wallet to Zhang's face. "Wait, did you just?" Zhang grinned. The rush of adrenaline had him feeling giddy, like a cat who had just caught a mouse. "Eagle vision," he said casually, as if it were no big deal. "Leopard speed. Ant strength. And I've been watching you for the past 5 minutes." The man blinked again, his mouth hanging open. "What?" Zhang laughed, handing the wallet back. "You dropped it," he said, stepping away, already feeling the uncontrollable urge to move again. The need to run, to do something, anything. He could feel the muscles in his legs itching, the speed building up inside him, like a tiger pacing in a cage. The man stood there for a moment, staring after Zhang, but Zhang didn't wait. He had already started running, this time not to help, not to stop, but simply because it was the only thing his body knew how to do. Zhang slowed to a jog as he neared the edge of the park, panting. The air felt thick, almost electric with his heightened senses. He could hear the crunch of leaves beneath his feet, the whisper of wind through the trees. He had to stop running. He had to figure out how to get this under control. He collapsed onto a nearby bench, leaning forward, his elbows on his knees. His chest rose and fell with each labored breath. It was getting harder and harder to ignore the animal inside him. The sound of footsteps reached his ears. They were fast, deliberate, too fast for a normal person. Zhang's head snapped up just in time to see a man in a gray hoodie approaching, his face hidden in shadow. Zhang's pulse quickened, his instincts kicking in. Predator or prey? His mind was already calculating the angle, the speed, the force. He could feel the animal's claws scraping at the edges of his thoughts. The man slowed as he came into Zhang's line of sight. His eyes flicked over Zhang, assessing him. Zhang's body tensed, muscles coiling, his hands gripping the bench. This was how it had been going lately: too much awareness, too much sensitivity. Too much animal. The man smiled. "You okay, buddy?" Zhang blinked, his instincts cooling just enough to recognize the concern in the man's voice. "Focus." He forced himself to calm down, exhaling slowly, releasing the tension that had knotted his muscles. "Yeah," he said, forcing a smile. "Just a little too much on my plate lately." The stranger nodded sympathetically and walked past. Zhang stared at him, still feeling the echo of that primal urge to chase, to fight, to flee. How could he live like this? Zhang spent the next few days holed up in his apartment, trying to make sense of his increasingly erratic behavior. The apartment was small, just a studio with a half-kitchen, a bed pushed up against the wall. It should have been a place of respite, but now, it felt like a prison. Everywhere he turned, he saw things he needed to fix, to move, to change. His ant strength made it impossible to resist the impulse to rearrange the furniture. Again, his mind raced with the possibilities. How could he balance these animal instincts with his humanity? Was it even possible to find that balance? The buzzing of his phone broke his thoughts. It was a message from Dr. Li, the head scientist who had overseen his transformation. "Come in," it said. "We need to talk." Zhang arrived at Dr. Li's lab late in the afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the pavement. He had barely slept the night before, unable to calm the restless energy coursing through his body. Every nerve was on edge, every sense heightened. He could hear the muffled laughter of children playing in the park nearby, the distant hum of traffic, even the rustle of leaves caught in the wind. But nothing made the buzzing in his brain stop. Dr. Li's lab was tucked away in a quiet part of the city, hidden behind layers of bureaucracy and non-disclosure agreements. The building looked ordinary enough from the outside, a dull, gray structure that could easily be mistaken for a government office or an old research facility. Zhang pushed through the glass door and stepped into the cool, sterile lobby. The smell of antiseptic hung in the air, mixed with the faint scent of coffee. Dr. Li was already waiting for him, standing at the reception desk, holding a clipboard. Her short, dark hair was tied back in a neat ponytail, and her glasses glinted under the fluorescent lights. As Zhang walked toward her, he noticed the faint circles under her eyes. She looked exhausted, but then again, they all had been working around the clock. The genetic enhancement project had been a high-stakes operation, one that had stretched everyone to their limits. "Zhang," she greeted him, her voice calm but with an edge of concern. "I'm glad you came. We need to talk." Zhang nodded, too distracted to say much. His thoughts were still scattered, his body still vibrating with nervous energy. "What's going on, Dr. Li? Why did you message me?" She glanced around, making sure no one was within earshot before she spoke. "Come with me." They walked down the narrow hall, past doors that led to labs filled with equipment, some of it familiar, some of it new to Zhang. It all seemed so clinical, so detached, like something out of a sci-fi movie. But Zhang wasn't interested in the technology anymore. He was too consumed by the constant barrage of his animal instincts, too focused on how the world had become a battlefield for his senses. Dr. Li stopped in front of a door and unlocked it. Inside was a small, windowless room, filled with monitors and a few tables cluttered with papers. The lights were dim, casting shadows that stretched across the floor. "Sit," Dr. Li instructed, gesturing to the chair opposite a desk. Zhang didn't need to be told twice. He slumped into the seat, trying to keep his movements calm, but even sitting still was a struggle. His muscles twitched, his body screamed for release. Dr. Li sat down across from him and sighed. "We've been monitoring your progress, Zhang. The modifications are more powerful than we anticipated. But the side effects," Zhang stiffened. "I know. I can't control myself anymore. The instincts, they're taking over. I can't focus, I can't relax. It's like I'm a machine running on autopilot." Dr. Li nodded. "That's exactly it. The genes we inserted into you are far more complex than we originally thought. We engineered the abilities to enhance specific traits, vision, speed, strength. But we didn't account for how they would affect your mind. The instincts of the animals, the drive to hunt, to move, to exert strength, it's all pulling you in different directions." Zhang ran a hand through his hair. "I can't live like this. I'm losing it. I can't stop myself." "Yesterday, Dr. Li raised a hand to stop him. "I know. We've been tracking your behavior. The speed, the strength, the sensory overload, it's all part of the package, I'm afraid. But there may be a way to counterbalance it." Zhang leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. What do you mean? You have a solution? I've been working on something, Dr. Li said, her tone quieter now. It's a recalibration process, a way to dampen the most extreme aspects of your animal instincts. If we can get you into a controlled environment, where we can observe and guide the process, we might be able to balance the human and animal sides of you. Controlled environment? Zhang repeated, his heart racing. Like what? A cage? Dr. Li shook her head. Not a cage. But we'd need to isolate you for a period of time. Control the stimuli around you, limit your exposure to external distractions. With some work, we can teach your brain to focus, to harness the animal instincts without letting them take over completely. Zhang was quiet for a long moment, turning over the idea in his head. It wasn't a perfect solution. But it was something. And right now, something was better than nothing. How long would it take? He asked finally. Hard to say, Dr. Li admitted. It could take weeks, or it could take months. Your body is adapting at an accelerated rate, so we need to move quickly before the instincts become permanent. Zhang felt a pang of fear, but he pushed it down. Okay. Let's do it. Dr. Li stood up, her face set with determination. Good. We'll begin tomorrow. But Zhang, she paused, her eyes searching his. I need you to be ready. This won't be easy. The instincts are strong. And you'll have to fight them every step of the way. I'm ready, Zhang said, though he wasn't sure if he believed it. The next day, Zhang found himself back at the lab, lying in a reclined chair, hooked up to various machines. Dr. Li and a team of scientists moved around him, adjusting the settings on monitors and calibrating devices that Zhang couldn't quite understand. He had tried to sleep the night before, but sleep didn't come easily anymore. His body was too wound up, too restless. His mind kept racing through 1,000 different thoughts, all of them chaotic, all of them pushing him toward action. Dr. Li stood next to him, adjusting a headset on his head. We're going to start slow, Zhang. We'll begin by controlling your sensory input, dampening the overload. I need you to stay calm. No matter what happens, don't let the instincts take over. Do you understand? Zhang nodded, his throat dry. I understand. Dr. Li's fingers hovered over a series of buttons on the console. All right, we're starting now. Just focus on your breathing. Breathe in. Breathe out. Zhang closed his eyes, trying to follow her instructions. He took a deep breath, but it didn't help. He could feel the buzz in his chest, the tightness in his limbs. His body was itching to move, to run, to do something, anything. Relax, Zhang. Just breathe. He focused harder, pushing away the impulse to move. He tried to silence the noise in his head, to quiet the roar of his instincts. For a moment, it worked. The world slowed down. He could feel the coolness of the chair beneath him, the steady beat of his own heart. The air felt thinner, cleaner, but then it came, the flicker of movement in his peripheral vision. He opened his eyes and saw a shadow dart across the room. His body jerked, and before he could stop himself, he was on his feet, moving toward the shadow. Zhang, no. Dr. Li's voice cut through the air, but it was too late. Zhang's body was already in motion, his speed faster than humanly possible. The shadow blurred into another figure, a technician who had stepped into the room. Zhang's hand shot out, grabbing the man by the shoulder and slamming him into the wall. Everything stopped. Zhang stood there, breathing heavily, the technician frozen in fear beneath his grip. The room was dead silent except for the sound of Zhang's labored breaths. Zhang, release him. Dr. Li's voice was firm but gentle. Zhang blinked, his mind struggling to catch up with his body. He looked at the technician, saw the panic in his eyes, and slowly loosened his grip. The technician stumbled back, clutching his shoulder. Zhang's eyes widened in horror as he realized what had just happened. "I'm sorry," he whispered, backing away, his body trembling. "Doctor." Li was already at his side, her hand on his arm. "It's okay, Zhang. You need to learn to control this, but it's going to take time." "I didn't mean to, I know," she interrupted. "But you see the problem now, don't you? You can't let the instincts take over. Not even for a second. They're always there, ready to pull you in." Zhang nodded, swallowing hard. He felt sick, disgusted with himself. But deep down, something inside him was beginning to understand. This wasn't just about fighting his instincts. It was about learning to live with them, to control them, to make them part of who he was without letting them tear him apart. The following days were a blur of intense training. The controlled environment worked, sort of. Zhang struggled with each session, his body rebelling against the slow pace, the limitations they imposed on him. But there were moments of progress, fleeting instances when he could control the urges that had once consumed him. And with each small victory, Zhang felt a little more human, but the instincts were still there, lurking just beneath the surface. They were always with him, waiting for the right moment to break free. Zhang knew that. The question was, could he keep them in check? As the days stretched into weeks, Zhang found himself asking a different question entirely: what happens if I can't? The days blurred into a haze of wires, monitors, and controlled environments. Every waking moment felt like a battle, between who Zhang was before the procedure and the strange, primal force inside him, clawing to break free. The isolation room was his world now, a small, sterile space where every sound, every movement, was magnified to unbearable proportions. He had long since stopped counting the hours, the days. Time had become irrelevant. It was only the fight that mattered. He had learned to control the sensory overload, at least to some degree. The eagle vision no longer caused him physical pain. He could turn it off, like a dial, pushing it into the background of his mind when it became too much. The rush of speed still threatened to take over, but Dr. Li and the team had developed methods to rein him in: distractions, timed releases, exercises to calm his mind before the impulse hit. As for the strength, it was the most difficult to manage. There were still moments when his body itched to pick up something heavy and move it, but he had learned, mostly, to fight the instinct to rearrange the world around him. The worst part, however, was the rage. It wasn't anger. It was pure, unadulterated rage, an animal fury that flared in his chest with no clear trigger. It was in his blood, in his muscles. It came from the leopard inside him, the creature that wanted to rip, to tear, to destroy. And it would come in surges, at odd moments, when Zhang was least prepared for it. He'd find himself clenching his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms. He could feel the animal pacing inside him, like a caged beast, and sometimes, just sometimes, he wanted to let it out. That was when Dr. Li would intervene, pulling him back with a calm voice, with instructions to breathe, to focus. It worked, most of the time, but not always. It happened again one afternoon, when Zhang was deep in meditation, trying to push the animal thoughts from his mind. His legs were crossed, his eyes closed, and he was breathing steadily, fighting the familiar pressure behind his eyes, the rapid thrum of his pulse. The room was silent, save for the soft hum of the machines surrounding him. And then the door opened. Zhang's body responded before his mind could process it. His muscles tensed, his heartbeat quickened, and the vision in his mind snapped to attention, hyperfocused. The door swung open with a soft creak, and through the crack of his eyelids, he saw Dr. Li step in, her form breaking the otherwise still atmosphere. The disruption was subtle, but to Zhang, it was like an alarm ringing in his ears, his breath caught, his instincts surging. He could feel the animal within him, the leopard, rippling to life. The world shifted, blurred. He was no longer just Zhang Chen, the man fighting to control the animal instincts inside. No, for a split second, he was the animal, fast, ferocious, driven. The predator. He shot to his feet, his breath ragged, the tension in his body like a coiled spring. "Zhang, wait." Dr. Li's voice was firm, but the words were too late. Zhang didn't hear her. All he could see was Dr. Li, standing there with a look of shock on her face, frozen in place. His vision narrowed, focusing only on her. The rage flared up like a wildfire, and in an instant, he moved, but before he could take another step, his body slammed into the metal door frame. His vision swam as a wave of dizziness took over. He had moved too fast, too far, his body rebelling against his will. The burst of energy had sent him crashing to the floor, but even as he hit the ground, the animal inside was still there, urging him to get up, to attack. Zhang squeezed his eyes shut, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Focus." He heard Dr. Li's voice again, this time softer, more insistent. "Zhang, calm down." He squeezed his fists tight, the nails digging into his palms. The pressure built up in his chest, like a storm about to break loose. But then something in Dr. Li's voice stopped him. It wasn't anger or panic, but a quiet command. A reminder of the control he was desperately trying to maintain. "Zhang," she repeated, stepping closer. "You don't need to fight. Not like this." The words broke through the haze, and slowly, slowly, the fire inside him started to dissipate. His breathing evened out. The impulse to lash out faded, replaced by something else, something softer. Something human. When Zhang opened his eyes, Dr. Li was standing in front of him, her expression unreadable. Her gaze flicked to his hands, still clenched into fists. Slowly, he opened them, exhaling deeply. It was hard. It was always hard. But it was getting easier. He stood up, feeling the weight of his body pressing down on him, heavy with the exhaustion of the struggle. "I don't know what's happening to me anymore," he said quietly, his voice hoarse. "I can't control it. I can't trust myself." Dr. Li placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're not the only one fighting this, Zhang. We're all in this together. We're not giving up on you." Zhang wanted to believe her. He wanted to trust that this recalibration, this attempt to bring him back to balance, could work. But deep down, he wasn't sure. The rage, the fury that lived inside him, was always there, just below the surface, waiting for the right moment to tear through his humanity like a storm. He didn't know how much longer he could keep it at bay. The following week, Zhang was called into the main laboratory for a new round of tests. The routine had become all too familiar: more monitoring, more analysis, more data. They had measured his response to various stimuli, running tests on his reactions, his ability to control the animal urges. Zhang had grown used to the endless cycle of it all, and though he knew the researchers were doing their best, he couldn't help but feel like a lab rat, constantly poked, prodded, and observed. Dr. Li was there, of course. She always was. The last few days, though, she'd been quieter than usual, her brow furrowed with concentration, her gaze distant as she observed his behavior. Zhang sat in a chair, facing a wall of screens, all flashing with real-time data about his vitals, his neural activity, and his body's response to the experiments. He wasn't sure how much of it he understood, but he could tell it was all going according to plan. His breathing was steady. His heart rate was under control. The animal instincts, at least in this moment, were subdued. "How are you feeling today?" Dr. Li's voice broke through the silence, pulling Zhang's focus back to her. He glanced at her, noting the slight weariness in her eyes. The strain of the constant work, of trying to help him regain control. He could see it now, in the way she carried herself. It wasn't just his battle anymore, it had become hers too. "I'm okay," Zhang replied, his voice surprisingly steady. "I think I'm getting the hang of it." "The instincts, I mean." Dr. Li didn't respond immediately. Instead, she studied the data on the screens, her fingers moving across the keyboard. "You're making progress," she said after a long pause, "but there's something I need to tell you." Something we've discovered in the last few days. Zhang looked up at her. What is it? She hesitated before continuing. We've been running simulations to measure the extent of the modifications in your brain. The changes are deeper than we realized. The animal instincts are more embedded in your neural pathways than we initially thought. Zhang frowned. What does that mean? It means, Dr. Li said softly, that these instincts, this animal side of you, might not ever go away completely. The recalibration can help you control them, but you may never be fully rid of them. They're part of you now, Zhang. In a way, they always will be. A heavy silence settled between them. Zhang's mind raced. If the animal instincts were permanent, if they were always going to be with him, then what did that mean for his future? Was he destined to live in constant conflict with himself? Would he ever truly be human again? I don't know what to do with that, Zhang said quietly, his voice almost a whisper. Doctor. Li looked at him, her expression unreadable. I don't have an answer for you, Zhang. But I do know one thing, you're not alone in this. We'll keep working, together, to find a way forward. To help you live with this. Whatever it takes. Zhang nodded slowly, though the weight of her words pressed down on him. Could he accept this? Could he learn to live with the constant presence of the animal inside him? He wasn't sure. But for the first time in a long while, he felt something else, a flicker of hope. Maybe there was a way forward after all. A way to live with the wild instincts, without letting them consume him. He wasn't ready to give up yet. Zhang woke to the familiar buzz of the monitoring equipment, the steady hum of machines that had become his constant companions. The room felt colder today, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. The light from the overhead fluorescents cast sharp, artificial shadows on the walls, and for a moment, he wished he could just close his eyes and lose himself to the darkness. But that wasn't an option anymore. Not for him. The animal instincts had become a weight he carried with every breath, every step. There was no escape from them. Not fully. Dr. Li had been right. No matter how much they tried to recalibrate him, the primal forces that had been embedded in his body were not going away. They were part of him now, and for better or worse, he had to find a way to live with them. It had been days since their last major breakthrough. The recalibration process had brought fleeting moments of peace, but it had also triggered a strange realization inside him. The animal instincts were not just reactive forces, they were part of his nature now, his second skin. The hunger to move, to tear through the world with impossible speed, to possess the strength of 10 men, these things were no longer just impulses, they were his companions, constant and unyielding. Sitting up slowly, Zhang ran a hand over his face. His muscles felt stiff, and for a brief moment, he allowed himself the luxury of quiet. But it didn't last long. In the distance, a siren wailed, shrieking like a warning from some far-off corner of his mind. It was sharp, piercing. His senses picked it up almost immediately, the sound cutting through his thoughts with surgical precision. His heart rate spiked. Zhang's eyes darted to the nearest window. In the distance, the city was alive, bustling as usual. Pedestrians wandered the streets, cars honked, and overhead, a bird wheeled in the sky. The scene should have been calm, should have been just another part of the rhythm of everyday life. But it wasn't. Not for Zhang. The siren's shrill call had awakened something in him, something visceral. He could hear it now, too clearly, too intensely, the sound of the wind rushing through the trees, the faint crack of a distant door slamming, the staccato thrum of footsteps, the beat of his own pulse. The pressure inside his head grew, a tension that constricted tighter and tighter. It was as if the world had magnified, every detail amplifying in his mind, pulling him apart. He closed his eyes. Focus. He had to focus. Slowly, he took a breath, pushing the roar of his senses back. But the pressure wouldn't dissipate. It wouldn't let go. His fingers clenched into fists. The strength inside him, the raw power of the animal, tugged at his control, demanding release. His mind rebelled. He could feel it, the gnawing hunger of the leopard, the primal force that was ready to snap. His fingers trembled as they gripped the armrest of the chair. It was then that Dr. Li appeared at the door. "Zhang," she said, her voice gentle, but there was an edge to it. She stepped inside, locking eyes with him. "How are you feeling today?" Zhang didn't answer immediately. His gaze fixed on her, and for a moment, he could see the tension in her face, the wariness in her eyes. She had been monitoring him, as always, but today was different. Today, there was a certain hesitation in her movements. She knew, he knew, something wasn't right. "I'm fine," Zhang finally said, his voice a little rougher than he intended. "It's just hard to control sometimes. The impulses." Dr. Li stepped closer, her brow furrowed in concern. "You're not alone in this, Zhang. We've been working on recalibrating the system, but there are still parts of you that we need to address. The strength, the speed, the sensory overload, they're all still there, still pushing at the boundaries." Zhang's fists clenched again, the surge of energy crawling beneath his skin. "What does that mean? What's next?" he asked, his voice edged with frustration. Dr. Li hesitated. "We've been considering a new approach. Something more intensive." Zhang's eyes narrowed. "Intensive? What does that mean? More tests? More isolation?" She shook her head. "No. We're going to take a different route. We've been working on a solution that might help balance your instincts more effectively. A treatment." Zhang blinked. "A treatment? What kind of treatment?" "A neurological reset," she said, her voice lower now, almost as though she was testing the words. "It's still experimental, but it could help recalibrate your brain's response to the animal instincts. We've seen positive results in animal trials, though we've never applied it to a human before." Zhang didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified. The idea of a reset sounded like a clean slate, a chance to remove the gnawing pressure of his new instincts, to return to a more controlled version of himself. But it also sounded like another experiment, a gamble. And what if it didn't work? What if the reset took something from him that he wasn't willing to lose? How would it work? Zhang asked slowly, his voice tinged with suspicion. Dr. Li took a deep breath. "We'd use a combination of neurostimulation and targeted genetic therapy. The idea is to use the technology we've developed to weaken the more dominant instincts and allow the human mind to regain control. It's risky. But it could be the next step in your recovery." Zhang didn't know what to think. It sounded like a miracle. It sounded like madness. But one thing was clear, he couldn't keep living like this. Something had to change. And maybe this was his chance. When he didn't immediately respond, Dr. Li continued. "I understand that this is a lot to process. But you don't have to make a decision right now. Take your time, think about it. But know that we're here, we're all working toward the same goal, to help you regain control." Zhang nodded, though inside, his mind was a storm. Was this the answer he'd been searching for? Or was it just another layer of uncertainty, another risk? Either way, he knew one thing, the animal inside him was growing stronger by the day. The pull was becoming harder to ignore. For the rest of the day, Zhang tried to focus on something, anything, to distract himself from the growing pressure in his mind. He worked through exercises, practiced keeping his instincts at bay, trying to remember what it felt like to be in control. But the weight of his decision loomed over him, dragging his thoughts in different directions. He found himself pacing, unable to settle. Later that night, as he lay in bed, his body still buzzing with tension, his mind drifted to a memory he hadn't thought about in a long time. His childhood. He remembered running through the fields near his home, the wind in his hair, the feeling of freedom that came from moving at his own pace. He had been fast then, not like a leopard, not like the creature he was now, but fast enough to outrun his own shadow. There had been no weight on his shoulders back then, no fear of what lurked beneath his skin. That freedom seemed so distant now. He was no longer that boy, he wasn't even really a man anymore, was he? He was something else, something different. But was that who he wanted to be? Was this new version of him worth the cost? The next morning, Zhang stood at the window, looking out over the city. The sun was just rising, casting a golden hue over the buildings below. Everything seemed so ordinary, so untouched. But nothing felt ordinary to Zhang anymore. He had changed. He had been changed. Dr. Li's offer of a reset echoed in his mind. He wasn't sure what he was hoping for, what he was searching for, but he knew he couldn't stay trapped in this half-life forever. Something had to give. Something had to change. His heart raced as he made his decision. It's time, he thought. Time to see if I can be human again. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead was deafening. Li Yong squinted at his computer screen, half aware of the email notification pinging in the background. It was another one of those routine updates from the biotech lab where he worked, but there was something different about it. Maybe it was the bright red subject line, Trial Subject 4523, Activation Phase Completed. Proceed with enhancement. Maybe it was the sense of unease that had been gnawing at him for weeks, ever since he'd volunteered for the experimental gene editing trial. He rubbed his temples and sighed. For someone whose life had always been one big gray blur, work, sleep, more work, this was the kind of moment he wasn't sure he wanted to embrace. The world was changing around him, and he had no idea if he was about to leap forward or fall flat on his face. Li Yong's hand hovered above the mouse. He could feel a nervous flutter in his stomach, but his curiosity was stronger. Before he could think better of it, his finger clicked. He wasn't expecting much. He wasn't expecting anything really. Maybe a glitchy pop-up with a few lines of code. Or maybe, just maybe, something more. Seconds later, a small mechanical drone whizzed into his office, its sleek black body cutting through the sterile air like an insect. He blinked, startled. The drone carried a syringe filled with a glowing, almost translucent blue liquid. The sight of it made Li Yong's heart race. He stood up, still unsure whether to laugh or scream. Mr. Li, came a voice from the intercom. His boss, Dr. Zhang, spoke with the usual calm, emotionless tone. You are required to proceed with the final injection. The gene editing protocol requires immediate activation. Li Yong's mouth went dry. He had been chosen for this trial, he knew that. He had read the fine print. But this was real now. No more speculation, no more theoreticals. The serum was sitting in front of him, gleaming ominously in the drone's tiny robotic arm. His hand moved before he could stop it, grabbing the syringe from the drone and driving it into his arm. The liquid was cold, cold enough to make him flinch, but as soon as it entered his bloodstream, a wave of heat surged through his body. He felt a momentary dizziness, a brief blackening of his vision. But then it passed, as if his body had simply absorbed the alien substance, like it was supposed to be there all along. A few minutes passed. Nothing. Nothing but the low buzz of his office computer and the steady ticking of the clock on the wall. Li Yong rubbed his eyes, trying to focus. Something was off, but it was hard to pinpoint exactly what it was, and then, he blinked. The text on his computer screen was sharper than usual. In fact, it was so sharp that he could read individual letters on a far-off web page, a tiny news ticker scrolling across a distant monitor across the room. He squinted, his mind struggling to make sense of what he was seeing. Wait, what? He turned his head toward the window. His vision sharpened even more, cutting through the haze of smog and pollution outside, until he could make out details he had never noticed before. He could see the individual dust particles floating in the air, suspended like little stars in the harsh light of day. He saw a pigeon on a rooftop half a mile away, the details of its feathers clearer than anything he'd ever seen in his life. The world had changed. Or maybe it was him who had changed. The room around him felt too small, too contained. He could hear every creak of the floorboards under his feet. The sound of his breathing, the tap of his fingers on the keyboard, it was all too sharp. Then there was the noise from the hallway. Footsteps. He could hear them, and they weren't even close. Someone was coming down the corridor outside his office. Their steps were distinct, each one louder than it had any right to be. His senses had gone from normal to hyper-alert in seconds. Li Yong turned to the door, suddenly aware of every movement, every vibration, every sound. A wave of panic crested in his chest. He had to get up. He had to leave. He needed to run. But why? The hallway door opened with a slight creak. Li Yong blinked, trying to calm his breathing. His mind raced, but it was as if something had taken over his body. He bolted to his feet, ignoring the logical part of his brain that screamed at him to calm down. The world felt too much, and then he was running. His feet pounded against the polished floor, his legs pushing faster than they ever had before. The doors of the office building blurred around him, the walls merging into a tunnel of concrete and glass. Li Yong didn't even think about it. He was already outside, sprinting down the street with no destination in mind. It felt good. It felt right that every step was faster than the last. His body was made for speed, each stride propelling him forward with the effortless grace of a cheetah. He could feel the wind rushing past his ears, the world turning into nothing but a blur of shapes and shadows. A voice in his head screamed to stop, to slow down. But it was too late. He was already caught up in the madness. He sprinted past people, pedestrians turning their heads to stare at him in confusion, but their faces barely registered in his peripheral vision. The speed was consuming him, filling him up, making everything else disappear. Time stretched and compressed, and Li Yong, no, the man who was now something more than a man, pushed his body beyond its limits. He was like an animal, focused solely on the next step, the next burst of speed, the next release of energy. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Li Yong slowed down. He found himself standing in the middle of a quiet park, breathless, disoriented. His heart pounded in his chest, but it wasn't from exhaustion. It was from the rush that only an apex predator could feel. A part of him wanted to laugh. Another part of him felt like he was teetering on the edge of something dangerous. As his breathing slowed, he stood still, trying to force his mind back into some semblance of control. But he couldn't quite grasp it. He could hear the rustling of leaves overhead, the distant sound of children playing, the drone of traffic in the distance. He could hear it all, louder and clearer than he ever had before. Every sound was sharp. Every sensation was magnified, and that's when the next change happened. Li Yong felt a strange pull in his muscles. He looked down at his arms, his hands. They were trembling slightly, but not from exhaustion. They were trembling from an odd sense of strength, a muscle tension that he hadn't felt before. It was as if his body was straining to do something, to act. Without thinking, he reached out toward a nearby bench. He grasped the edge, and before he could fully register it, he was lifting the entire bench off the ground. It was effortless, ridiculously effortless. The weight, which should have been too heavy for any normal person to lift, felt like a feather in his grip. Stop, he whispered under his breath, setting the bench back down, but it wasn't stopping. His body seemed to have a mind of its own. The animal inside him, whatever it was waking up. Li Yong stood still, his hands still vibrating with the impossible weight of the bench he'd just lifted. The sensation of power pulsed through him like an electric current, rushing through his muscles, down into his legs and spine. It was as if his body had just awakened to something beyond human, something untamed. The world around him seemed to shrink as his senses expanded, and for a moment, he was overwhelmed with the urge to do something more, something greater. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to stop. This wasn't right. It couldn't be right. This was a mistake, wasn't it? He hadn't signed up for this. Or maybe he had, in some half-conscious way, driven by his own desperation for something, anything, different in his life. But now that the change was real, now that he could feel the weight of it, the sheer power humming beneath his skin, he didn't know if he could control it. A sudden noise startled him out of his thoughts. A group of joggers rounded the corner of the park, their rhythmic footfalls punctuating the stillness. Without thinking, Li Yong tensed, and his eagle-sharp eyes locked on them. Each jogger's motion was perfectly visible to him, each stride long and fluid, muscles flexing with precision. His eyes could track them in perfect detail, every movement like a slow-motion replay. He heard the pulse of their sneakers against the pavement, the soft, steady breath they took with each step. But it wasn't just the joggers he could hear, it was everything. The soft swish of the leaves overhead, the faint buzz of a far-off car engine, the murmur of voices from distant buildings. It was like every sound in the universe was coming at him at once, forcing him to listen, to absorb, to feel it all. His chest tightened. He could no longer ignore it. It was as if he were standing at the center of a storm, his mind struggling to filter out the noise, to keep from drowning in it. A runner passed too close to him. Li Yong flinched, the sudden proximity of the person snapping him out of his heightened state. He backed away, heart pounding, his body twitching with the desire to run, to keep moving, to release the tension that had built up in his muscles. The urge was insatiable. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. His instincts screamed at him to chase, to catch up with the joggers, to outrun them, to become them. But he resisted. For the first time, he realized he wasn't sure if he had the ability to stop. Something snapped inside him. He needed to run. His legs surged forward without warning, propelling him into motion. The wind hit him with a force that was both familiar and new. This wasn't just running. This was a flood of energy surging through him, a power he couldn't have imagined before. His body moved too fast, too fluidly, his legs a blur beneath him as he tore across the park, past the jogging group, beyond the scattered benches, toward the horizon that beckoned him with unspoken promises. It wasn't until he hit the outskirts of the park and finally slowed to a stop that he could breathe again. His chest heaved as his heart hammered in his chest, and yet the pounding was no longer a sign of fatigue, it was the rapid fire of an instinct he couldn't contain. His body was on fire, alive with too much energy. He couldn't stop the wave of euphoria that washed over him. But this feeling wasn't freedom. It was chaos. He had pushed himself too far, too fast. He had just done something that should have been impossible. But here he was, standing still, on the edge of a cliff, with no idea what the next step was. Li Yong's hands shook as he tried to focus, tried to regain some semblance of control. It wasn't just his speed, no, it was something deeper. The power within him was coursing through his body, a primal, unrelenting force that he wasn't sure he was capable of mastering. It wasn't something he could just shut off. The ground beneath his feet felt too soft, too flimsy. He reached down and felt the grass, his fingers sinking into the soil. Instinctively, he lifted his hand. It wasn't just the strength he felt. It was a pressure, a deep, undeniable urge to do something. He could feel the weight of the earth, the weight of every object around him. His fingers twitched, and in an instant, the ground beneath his feet cracked. He froze, eyes wide in disbelief. The earth, his fingertips had just caused the earth to crack beneath him. Li Yong staggered back. His breath was shallow. His body was trembling. The force had been so sudden, so overwhelming, he couldn't even process it. "This isn't me," he whispered hoarsely. "This isn't me." His voice cracked with desperation, with confusion, but he couldn't deny it. He wasn't in control. Not anymore. He had become something else. Something other. The rest of the day passed in a blur of confusion and frustration. Li Yong tried to push the episode from his mind. He tried to focus on the simple things, the normal things, the human things that used to bring him comfort. But the feeling of the power inside him, he couldn't escape it. It was still there, gnawing at him, buzzing under his skin like a constant reminder that he was no longer just Li Yong, the quiet researcher. He was something else now. Something more. And it was impossible to ignore. That night, as he lay in his small apartment, Li Yong closed his eyes, hoping for sleep. But even in the quiet darkness, his senses never dulled. He could hear the hum of the refrigerator, the faint creak of the apartment building settling, the buzz of the streetlights outside. It was too much. He couldn't escape it. There was a knock on his door. It was so soft, so quiet, that for a moment he wasn't sure if it had even happened. He opened his eyes, his heart racing. This time, his body didn't freeze in confusion. No, it reacted instinctively. Immediately, his feet moved, and he was at the door before he could even think about it. He didn't know why, but he opened it. There, standing in the dim hallway, was Dr. Lin. Her eyes were sharp, calculating. She stood with her arms crossed, as if she had known exactly how things would play out. Li Yong, she said calmly, I see it's begun. Li Yong stepped back instinctively, his heart pounding. He hadn't expected her to come, hadn't expected her to show up on his doorstep, of all places. He hadn't told anyone what had happened, not in detail. But the way she looked at him, the way her eyes seemed to size him up as if he were a problem to be solved, told him everything. It's already happening, isn't it? She asked, her voice measured. The strength, the speed, the senses. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze piercing. You're experiencing them all now. Aren't you? Li Yong didn't answer. How could he? The words were stuck in his throat, caught between fear and confusion. He nodded slowly, unsure of what to say. What did he even want to say? Dr. Lin studied him for a long moment. Then she spoke again, her voice softer now, almost sympathetic. I knew the initial stages would be overwhelming. But you need to understand this, you're not just a subject in an experiment anymore. You've become something different. Something that can't be easily controlled. Her words settled over him like a weight. He could feel the blood rushing in his ears. His hands clenched into fists as if they were ready to destroy something, anything. The animal inside him stirred, restless. You're losing yourself, she continued. You're no longer the man you were. The instincts will take over if you don't learn how to manage them. This isn't just about raw power. It's about balance. She paused, looking at him with a kind of pity in her eyes. If you don't learn control, you'll lose yourself completely. Li Yong swallowed hard. Her words felt like a final warning, like a bell tolling in the distance, calling him to face what he had become. But as he stood there in the dark, the weight of his new reality pressing down on him, one thought gnawed at him with growing urgency. Could he ever control this? Could he tame the beast inside him, or was it already too late? Li Yong didn't move. The hallway around him seemed to stretch, to warp in his vision as his mind raced, his senses too sharp, too alive. He wanted to lash out, to shout, to demand answers from Dr. Lin, but something in her calm, cold demeanor made him freeze. He didn't know how to handle this. Didn't know how to respond to the reality of what was happening to him. Dr. Lin stepped inside, not waiting for an invitation. The door clicked softly behind her. She didn't seem surprised by his stillness, but there was something calculating in her eyes, like she had expected this moment to come. You're more aware of it now, aren't you? Her voice was soft but direct, as if she were speaking to a child who had just discovered something unspeakably dangerous. The urges. The animal inside you. It's calling to you, Li Yong. And the more you fight it, the stronger it will get. He could feel his heartbeat in his ears, the pulse of adrenaline crashing through his veins. The urge to do something, to act, was nearly overwhelming. His hands twitched, flexing involuntarily as he tried to hold on to something, anything to ground him. His eyes flicked toward the window, and he caught sight of a car parked across the street. The way it sat there, unmoving, so vulnerable. I could lift it, he thought. I could crush it with my bare hands. But the thought wasn't rational. It wasn't even his own. It was the animal side of him, the predatory instinct of a beast that had only just begun to stir. "Stop thinking about it," Dr. Lin said, as if reading his mind. She moved to the kitchen counter, her voice unshaken by the intensity of his internal battle. "The more you think about it, the more you'll give in. Focus, Li Yong. Control. Control." The word buzzed in his mind, but the idea of controlling this, of reigning in the chaos that was now running wild inside him, felt like trying to trap a storm in a jar. "I didn't ask for this," he said, his voice rough. The words felt weak as soon as they left his lips, as if they were meaningless. It didn't matter. None of it mattered. His body had already crossed the line, and now it was pushing him towards something he wasn't ready to understand. Dr. Lin turned to him, and for the first time, Li Yong saw something akin to pity in her expression. "No, you didn't ask for this. But this is what we've all been working for, Li Yong. You're the future. Every breakthrough we've made, the enhancements, the genetic modifications, they were meant to push the boundaries of human potential. But now that you've crossed over, you have to decide what you want to become." "What I want," he echoed, unable to keep the disbelief from creeping into his voice. His hands clenched again, harder this time. The tremors in his fingers were becoming a constant, and as he flexed them, he felt a surge of strength that startled him. He could crush the chair in front of him, reduce it to splinters with a single motion. He could. "No," Dr. Lin said sharply, cutting off his spiraling thoughts. "You can't think like that. You can't act on those impulses." But how could he not? Everything inside him, every nerve, every cell, was screaming for release. His body felt too small, too contained. He wanted to tear through the walls, to shatter everything around him and run, just like earlier. To be something more than human, something free. "The animal instincts are strong," she continued, her gaze hardening, "but they won't last forever. The body can only sustain this level of heightened energy for so long before it burns out. The key is balance. And you need to find it before it consumes you." Li Yong's stomach twisted. The truth of what she was saying, how easily he could lose control, sat like a stone in his gut. But balance? How could he find balance when every part of him was screaming to let go? Dr. Lin's eyes softened, but only slightly. "You need to find a way to ground yourself. You're a human being, Li Yong, not an animal. You need to learn to think again, not just feel. The instinct is there, but you're the one who has to decide whether it will rule you or whether you will learn to control it." He opened his mouth, but no words came out. His body was already rebelling. Every muscle, every tendon, every nerve was thrumming with unnatural energy, begging to be used, to be freed. His skin felt too tight, his joints too rigid. It was like living in the body of someone else. Someone stronger, faster, but completely out of control. "You can't hide from it," Dr. Lin continued, as if sensing his internal struggle. "But you don't have to be consumed by it either. It's a part of you now, but it's not all of you. That's the key. You need to learn to think about what you're doing, not just react." The word stung, and the frustration began to churn in his chest. He didn't want to think. He didn't want to analyze. He just wanted to move. To run again. To tear through the streets, feel the wind, feel the freedom. "I don't want to be this," Li Yong muttered, more to himself than to her. "I didn't ask for any of this." "I know," Dr. Lin said, her voice barely a whisper. "But it's done now. And it's up to you how you live with it." Her words hung in the air long after she left. The silence in the apartment was deafening, a kind of heavy stillness that Li Yong could never have imagined before. It was a stillness that pressed in from all sides, as if the world had frozen in place, leaving him alone to deal with his new, impossible reality. His body, still vibrating with the animal energy coursing through it, felt alien to him. He was supposed to be human. But when he looked at his hands, he didn't recognize them. They were too strong, too capable, too alive in a way that didn't feel like anything he had ever known. The urge to move, to act, was constant, pushing against the edges of his mind. Every second, his body begged him to run again, to release the energy, to become something faster, something more. But this time, Li Yong closed his eyes. He focused on his breathing. Slow. Deep. In and out. The world didn't have to spin out of control, even if his body screamed for it. He could feel the sharpness of the air in his lungs. The rhythm of his heart. The tightness of his muscles. His senses were still there, still too alive, but this time, he didn't let them overwhelm him. He didn't let them take him. There was a moment of stillness, and for the first time in hours, Li Yong felt something like peace. It wasn't much. But it was enough. But even as he stood there, fighting the chaos within him, he knew one thing for certain: the fight wasn't over. And the animal inside him? It was still there, waiting. Li Yong stood motionless in the dim light of his apartment, his body humming with power he didn't understand. It was as if every cell in his body had been reprogrammed, retooled into something entirely foreign. His thoughts, once steady and rational, now felt fractured, pulled in different directions by the animal instincts clawing beneath the surface. Every time he tried to regain control, to force the chaos back into some semblance of order, the animal side of him only grew louder, more demanding. He had spent the last few days in a kind of fugue, half ignoring the reality of what he had become, trying to pretend that he could still function like a normal person. But normal didn't exist for him anymore. When he glanced at the mirror, the face staring back at him was still his, but the eyes, they were different. They were too sharp, too focused. His pupils were dilated, the way a predator's might be. His hands, calloused and trembling, were gripping the edge of the counter, as if holding on to some last shred of humanity. He'd tried to control it. He'd tried to push the instincts away, to think through every action before taking it, but it was impossible. He was flooded with them, and every time he thought he had a handle on things, they broke through. The world had become too bright, too loud. It was as if every sound, every movement around him was an invitation to act, to leap, to chase. But there was something else in him now, something sharper, more calculating. And it terrified him. Li Yong closed his eyes, breathing deeply in the silence. He could hear everything: the faint hum of the refrigerator, the soft rattle of the blinds in the window, the steady thrum of the city outside. But beneath it all, he could hear his own heartbeat. The fast, erratic beat of an animal in a cage. The instincts were too strong. They would take him, and there would be nothing left of the man who had walked into the lab a few weeks ago. Nothing but the beast. A sound pierced the quiet, the screech of metal on metal. It was distant, but sharp. His body responded before his mind even had time to register it. His head snapped toward the window, and his legs tensed, ready to spring. He saw it, a car, screeching to a halt in the street below. For a moment, all he saw was the red of its brake lights, the glow of the headlights reflecting off the rain-slicked pavement. But then, something else caught his attention. A man was stepping out of the car. No, it wasn't just a man, it was a figure. Someone moving with a kind of swagger, like they were in control of the world around them, like the city was their kingdom. Instinctively, Li Yong narrowed his eyes. Something about the way the man moved triggered a flare of something inside him. It wasn't just the energy in the air, or the fact that his senses were heightened. There was something else. He was watching the man like a hawk, his eyes following every shift in his posture, every flick of his hand. He could see the man's muscles flexing as he lit a cigarette. The way his fingers gripped the lighter. The tension in his shoulders as he stood there in the street, unaware of Li Yong's gaze. Li Yong's breath caught in his throat. There was a spark in him now, a wild hunger to move, to chase. His legs burned with the urge to run, to close the distance between himself and the man, to feel the thrill of the pursuit. The man took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. His back was turned to the street, facing away from Li Yong's window. But that didn't matter. To Li Yong, it felt as if the whole world had slowed down. The car was still idling in the street. The sounds of the city had faded to a distant murmur. Everything but the man and the pull in his chest had vanished. This is it, he thought. This is what I've become. Without thinking, his feet were already in motion, the force of it carrying him toward the door, his body pushing through it before he even realized what he was doing. The air outside was colder than he expected, the night sharp against his skin. He barely noticed the chill as his legs pumped, faster, harder, each step longer than the last. His pulse was racing in his ears, his breath coming in shallow gasps as he moved with an unnatural speed, faster than any human should be able to run. The world blurred around him, but he didn't care. He was running on instinct now, and it felt like the only thing that mattered. He needed to catch up with the man. Needed to get closer. Needed to feel that surge of power, to feel the thrill of the chase. He wasn't sure how long he had been running. Minutes? Seconds? Time had lost all meaning. His legs were moving on their own, his body powered by the surge of animal energy that coursed through him like wildfire. He could feel the world around him stretching out as he closed the distance, felt the wind rushing past him, felt the ground beneath his feet as if it were nothing, and then, boom, he was there. The man had turned around, noticing him only when Li Yong was a few feet away. But even that didn't slow him down. He didn't stop running. He didn't think. Li Yong was on him in an instant, a blur of motion, and the man barely had time to react before Li Yong had grabbed him by the shoulders and shoved him back against the side of the car. The force of it rattled the vehicle. Li Yong's chest was heaving, his body burning with the energy that surged through him, demanding release. The man struggled against him, but it was useless. Li Yong was far too strong, far too fast. "Hey," the man shouted, his voice cracking with alarm. "What the hell are you doing?" Li Yong's mind was a mess of thoughts and sensations, but one thing was clear: the man was a threat, and Li Yong was going to stop him. The animal instincts had fully taken over, and Li Yong couldn't find a way to stop it. He wasn't thinking about consequences. He wasn't thinking about anything at all. He was acting. And that was enough, but then something broke through the haze. A voice. It wasn't the man's. It was his own. "Stop." It was a whisper at first, so faint he could hardly hear it. But then it grew, a force of will rising inside him. "Stop," he repeated, more forcefully this time. He shook his head as if to clear it. The grip on the man's shoulders loosened, and for the first time since this all started, Li Yong took a step back. The hunger, the drive, the desire to act, it was still there, pulsing beneath his skin. But he was fighting it. Fighting to remember that he wasn't just an animal. The man, still panting from the shock of being slammed against the car, pushed himself away, his hands shaking as he stared at Li Yong. You're crazy, man," he said, voice trembling with fear. "What the hell was that?" Li Yong didn't answer. He couldn't. His chest was tight, his breath ragged. He wanted to run, to chase, but he held still, focused on controlling the wild surge of power that had almost consumed him. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, forcing himself to calm down. When he opened his eyes again, the man was gone, his footsteps already fading into the night. The street was empty once more, the hum of the city surrounding him. The adrenaline began to wear off, and Li Yong collapsed against the side of the car, his body trembling with exhaustion. The rush of the chase had burned through him, leaving only the hollow ache of knowing he had been this close to losing everything. But for the first time, he understood what Dr. Lin had meant. He wasn't just a subject anymore. He was the experiment, and the experiment wasn't over. The battle wasn't over. And maybe, just maybe, he had a chance to win it. Wang Lin had never been one to believe in miracles, but that didn't stop him from hoping for something like it. At 22, just finishing up his senior year at a mid-tier university in Beijing, his life had mostly been an unremarkable cycle of lectures, homework, and the occasional binge-watching marathon. In short, it was a life marked by mediocrity. But mediocrity, as far as he was concerned, wasn't such a bad thing. Sure, he didn't have a 4.0 GPA, didn't have a girlfriend, and wasn't destined to become a tech CEO or a famous scientist. But there was something comforting about knowing where you stood. That is, until the email came. Dear Wang Lin, we are pleased to inform you that you have been selected for an advanced genetic research program that promises to enhance human physical and cognitive abilities. Your participation will involve cutting-edge technology and has the potential to dramatically improve your strength, agility, and sensory perceptions. Wang Lin blinked at the screen of his laptop, barely able to process what he was reading. It was like one of those spam emails promising you an inheritance from a Nigerian prince, except this one sounded, well, official. There were fancy logos, bold letters, and even a confidential stamp on the subject line, genetic enhancement. He chuckled to himself. Sure, why not? Who wouldn't want to become a superhero? His best friend, Zhang Wei, was the first to hear the news. They were sitting in their usual spot on campus, a bench by the dorms where the sun barely made it through the trees, giving everything a quiet, comfortable vibe. Hey, I got this email about some crazy genetic research, Wang Lin said, tossing his phone onto the table. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow. What, like a DNA test or something? You planning to find out you're related to Genghis Khan? Wang Lin laughed. Nah, it's something a lot crazier. They're offering to, get this, enhance my strength, agility, and even my vision. Basically, they're going to turn me into an upgraded human. Like one of those superheroes you see in movies. They're even paying for it. Zhang Wei blinked, then shook his head. Wait, hold on. They're paying you for what? To turn you into some lab rat? It's a clinical trial, Wang Lin explained, clearly excited. They're saying I'll have the reflexes of a cheetah, the eyesight of an eagle, and the strength of an ant. Zhang Wei's mouth twitched. The strength of an ant? What is that, like lifting a grain of rice with one finger? Wang Lin waved him off. No, no. It's more about raw strength. Like, lifting tons of weight without breaking a sweat. And the best part? They're offering money. I'm talking a lot of money, man. Enough to pay off my student loans and still have enough left to buy a decent car. Zhang Wei snorted. Yeah, sure. But let me get this straight. You're about to sign up for some sketchy gene editing experiment, and you don't think there's anything weird about that? No one ever thinks they're going to turn into a mutant until it's too late. Next thing you know, you're on the run from some secret government agency. Pfft, that's just science fiction nonsense, Wang Lin scoffed, trying to suppress his grin. Besides, what could possibly go wrong? I'll get stronger, faster, smarter, who wouldn't want that? Zhang Wei stared at him, eyes wide. I'm telling you, man, the risks outweigh the benefits. You should think about it. But Wang Lin didn't think much further. He wasn't particularly worried about his health, and the potential perks outweighed any vague fears he might have. So, with a few clicks, he confirmed his participation. The money came through shortly after. And that was how Wang Lin found himself in the sterile white halls of a private clinic, his heart beating with a nervous anticipation he couldn't quite explain. The clinic was as impressive as it was intimidating. The walls were lined with sleek, modern art, the floors glimmered with an almost unnatural sheen, and the staff, doctors and scientists in white lab coats, moved with a quiet, efficient urgency. Wang Lin had expected something less clinical. He felt like an object on an assembly line, waiting to be processed. Mr. Wang, a voice broke his thoughts. He looked up to see Dr. Liu, the lead scientist. She had sharp features, glasses perched on her nose, and a clipboard in hand. We'll begin shortly. The procedure is simple, but you must remain calm. We've done extensive research on the gene splicing process, and it's completely safe. Safe? You're editing my genes. Sounds like something out of a horror movie, Wang Lin joked, trying to mask his rising unease. Doctor Lu smiled. That's a common reaction. But rest assured, the only thing you'll experience is a temporary sensation of heat in your body as the genetic modifications are activated. There may be some slight muscle soreness and minor nausea, but those are temporary side effects. Wang Lin nodded, then lay back onto the examination table. I guess I can deal with that. Let's make me a superhero, then. The next few hours passed in a blur. Needles were inserted, vials of blood were taken, and strange machines hummed and clicked around him. He had trouble keeping his eyes open as the anesthetic took hold. But in his half-conscious state, he couldn't shake the thought that something about this felt wrong. Still, his mind kept wandering to the future. Eagle vision. Super strength. Maybe I'll finally be able to stand out. When he awoke, the procedure was over. Dr. Lu and her team stood nearby, their expressions unreadable. You did well, Mr. Wang, Dr. Lu said, her voice soft but professional. We've completed the enhancement. You may experience some discomfort in the next 24 hours as your body adjusts to the changes. Please stay in the clinic for observation for the next 2 days. We'll monitor your progress. The first sign that something was wrong came the following morning. Wang Lin felt different. Not just physically, but mentally too. It was as if a switch had been flipped. His senses were heightened, like he could hear a fly buzzing in the next room, or the faintest whisper of the wind outside. His eyesight was sharper, clearer. When he looked at his hand, he could count the individual hairs on his knuckles, but it was the speed that astounded him. He was moving faster than he'd ever thought possible. When he got up to stretch, he felt a surge of power in his legs. They were strong, almost too strong. His body felt like a finely tuned machine, but there was a sense of raw energy beneath the surface. He tried to calm himself, but his heart raced. No big deal. It's just the effects kicking in, he reasoned. He took a deep breath and walked to the clinic's small gym. A few of the other test subjects were there, but no one seemed to notice him as he approached the weights. The first time he tried to lift a dumbbell, he almost threw it through the ceiling. His reflexes were so fast, his body so powerful, that his own movements caught him off guard. He adjusted quickly, and with a deep breath, he gripped the weight again. This time, he lifted it easily. And then another. And then he moved on to the heavier weights. By the time Dr. Lu and her team returned for their daily check-in, Wang Lin had broken every gym record. They watched him lift twice his body weight with ease, his muscles rippling with energy. Remarkable, Dr. Lu said with an approving nod. You're adjusting well. Wang Lin's body felt like it was on fire. It was the good kind of fire, the kind that came with power, that sweet surge of raw, unfiltered energy that pulsed in his muscles and coursed through his veins. But at the same time, there was something off, something jagged underneath it all. His mind buzzed with every sensation, his senses heightened to the point of madness. The world felt too sharp, too vivid, as if every detail was forcing itself into his consciousness, clamoring for attention. He could hear a pin drop in the hallway outside, the faint scrape of a chair in a distant classroom, even the barely audible hum of the clinic's air conditioning. But it wasn't just hearing. It was seeing too. His vision had become so precise, so acute, that he could read a textbook from across the room with no effort at all. He could spot the smallest movement, a fluttering leaf in the wind, a shifting shadow in the corner of his eye, and instinctively track it like a hawk focusing on prey. It was thrilling, overwhelming, and just a little bit terrifying. At first, the changes had felt like a dream come true. The strength, the speed, the clarity of mind, it was everything he'd wanted. But now, it was becoming clear that there was something darker lurking beneath this transformation. The power he had gained was starting to feel like a cage, trapping him inside his own body. He had no control over it, and then came the rage. It started out small, a flicker of irritation when the staff at the clinic made him wait for too long. But it quickly escalated. One morning, as he waited in the hallway for a routine checkup, a nurse accidentally bumped into him, her elbow jabbing into his ribs. It wasn't hard, certainly not hard enough to hurt, but something inside him snapped. His fingers clenched into fists, his nails biting into his palm. His heart thudded, louder than it ever had before, like a drum pounding in his chest. He wanted to lash out, to punch the nurse, to do something. The urge was primal, uncontrollable. For a split second, he felt like an animal, ready to pounce. His breath came fast, his vision blurring with the anger that coursed through him. It was like there was an entirely different person inside him, something else, something not quite human. He turned away, forcing himself to take deep, slow breaths. He had to calm down. He had to remember who he was. But even as he pushed the feelings away, he knew that they were still there, simmering beneath the surface. The animal was waking up. Over the next few days, the changes only grew worse. Wang Lin couldn't shake the feeling that his emotions were no longer his own. He was snapping at people for no reason, becoming irritable, short-tempered. At first, he chalked it up to stress, the pressure of the experiment and the overwhelming intensity of his new abilities. But the more he tried to control it, the more the animal inside him seemed to take charge. He was having trouble sleeping. He'd wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, heart racing, as if some part of him was trying to escape. He would hear noises that weren't there, see things that weren't real. At one point, he thought he saw a shadow move across the room, but when he turned on the light, there was nothing there. His muscles ached from the constant tension, and he found himself pacing the halls of the clinic, unable to sit still for more than a few minutes at a time. It wasn't just physical anymore. His mind was starting to fragment. He was thinking in terms of instincts now. He could almost hear the call of the wild, that primal, animalistic part of him that told him to hunt, to fight, to survive. It was worse when he was around people. At first, he had enjoyed the attention, his friends, the scientists, even strangers on the street, all marveling at his new abilities. But now, he hated it. Every time someone looked at him, he felt like they were too close, like their presence was a threat. He would tense up, ready to lash out, ready to defend himself against imagined enemies. He had to fight the urge to chase them away, to make them run. It was Zhang Wei who first noticed something was wrong. They had been friends since high school, and over the years, he'd come to know Wang Lin better than anyone. So when they met for coffee one afternoon, Zhang Wei immediately picked up on the changes in his friend. "You're not looking so good, man," he said, taking a sip of his drink and studying Wang Lin with a concerned frown. "You haven't been sleeping, have you?" Wang Lin forced a smile, trying to downplay it. "I'm fine, just a little tired. It's been a lot of adjusting, you know." Zhang Wei didn't buy it. "You look like you're about to explode. You're jittery, and your eyes are all over the place. And what's with the way you're clenching your fists?" Wang Lin blinked, realizing that he was, indeed, tightening his hands into white-knuckled fists. He let go, trying to calm himself. But the truth was, he was on edge, all the time. His body felt like it was a live wire, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. "I don't know, Wei," he muttered, rubbing his temples. "It's just, the changes. I thought it would be great, but it's like I'm losing control. Every time I feel something, anger, fear, even excitement, it's like my body wants to react in ways I can't stop. I almost hurt someone the other day." Zhang Wei's expression darkened. "What? Hurt someone? Dude, what the hell are you talking about?" "I don't know. I was just frustrated, you know. And I snapped. It was like my body was acting on its own. I don't know how to explain it." Zhang Wei stared at him, his brow furrowing with concern. "Wang Lin, this isn't normal. You need to get out of there, man. This is messed up. Maybe the experiment, it's too late for that, Wang Lin interrupted, his voice tighter than he intended. I can't go back. I'm already in too deep. He stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor, causing a few heads to turn in their direction. Wang Lin froze, his heart pounding. He felt his body tensing again, that sharp edge of anger flaring up in him. I gotta go, he said quickly, turning toward the door. Wang Lin, wait. Zhang Wei called after him, but Wang Lin didn't stop. He needed to get out of there. He needed to run. That night, Wang Lin couldn't sleep. His mind was racing, every thought too fast to catch, every impulse too strong to control. He paced back and forth in his small apartment, his eyes darting to the windows, the door, the walls. His skin itched, his muscles burned. Every little sound felt like a threat, like something was coming for him. He couldn't stop the thoughts that kept creeping in. What if I'm becoming something else? What if I'm losing myself? He tried to focus, tried to ground himself. But every time he closed his eyes, the animal instincts inside him flared up. The sensation of his heightened senses overwhelmed him, and all he could think about was hunting, finding something to chase, something to fight, and then, as if his body had taken over completely, he was out the door. The night air was cool against his skin, but the heat in his veins burned hotter. He didn't know where he was going, but he needed to move. He ran, faster than he'd ever run before, through the streets, his body flowing with the grace of a predator. He could hear his breath, steady and rhythmic, but it was drowned out by the thunder of his pulse in his ears. He ran until he couldn't anymore, until his legs gave out beneath him. And when he finally collapsed onto the grass in a park, panting, his mind was clearer than it had been in days. But the relief was fleeting. The animal still prowled inside him, waiting. The next morning, he called Zhang Wei. I need help, he said simply. I don't know how much longer I can keep it together. The next few days felt like a blur, like the world around Wang Lin had been stripped of its normal rhythm. He was moving through life on autopilot, his mind fogged with confusion and desperation. The animal inside him was waking up more with every passing hour. He could feel it, clawing at the edges of his consciousness, a constant low hum beneath his thoughts. Zhang Wei had been there, of course, trying to help, but he didn't understand. No one could. How could they? How could anyone grasp what it felt like to be slowly consumed by something else, something that wasn't quite human? Wang Lin had always prided himself on being in control of his own life, of his own body, but now that control was slipping through his fingers like sand. Zhang Wei kept pushing him to see Dr. Liu again, to stop the experiment before things got worse, but Wang Lin didn't want to go back to the clinic. He didn't want more needles in his skin, more tests, more promises of fixes that might never come. He'd already given up so much, and yet it still wasn't enough. The powers he'd gained had come with a price, and now he was starting to realize just how steep that price was. The animal inside him wasn't just a metaphor. It was real. He could feel it in his muscles, in his bones. Every movement was heightened, everything was amplified. When he looked at something, he could see it in perfect detail, every curve, every texture, every shadow. It was like the world had been sharpened into focus, and yet it was also painfully overwhelming. He couldn't look at anything without analyzing it, instinctively calculating its weaknesses, its potential. And when people came too close, his breath quickened, his heart raced, his fists clenched. It wasn't just physical, it was emotional, too. His body screamed at him to react, to lash out, to dominate, and it wasn't just when people were near. The anger came out of nowhere. Little things set him off, a dropped pen, a misstep, a delayed train. His temper flared, and for a few moments, it felt like his humanity was slipping away, replaced by something animal, something dangerous. Zhang Wei had stopped trying to reason with him after their last argument. Wang Lin didn't know if it was because he was tired of trying, or because he knew there was nothing he could say that would make Wang Lin listen. The truth was, Wang Lin had already started to pull away from everyone. He couldn't afford to let them see what was happening to him. He couldn't risk getting too close to anyone, not when the animal inside him was so unpredictable. It was late one night when it all came to a head. Wang Lin had been pacing his small apartment again, unable to sit still, his mind a constant whirlpool of frustration and confusion. The walls seemed to close in on him, the silence too loud, the stillness too suffocating. His senses were on edge. Every sound was like a gunshot, every shadow a potential threat. The beast inside him was just a breath away from breaking free. That he couldn't take it anymore. With a growl of frustration, he shoved the door open and stepped out into the night, his muscles rippling with the stored-up energy that had nowhere to go. He was running again, without thinking, without purpose. Just running. His feet hit the pavement hard, faster than he'd ever moved before. The wind rushed past him, the world a blur of streetlights and shadows. His body was a machine, his mind was somewhere else. Somewhere darker. He found himself at the edge of the city, near a park he used to visit as a child. The air was cooler here, less suffocating. The trees loomed over him like silent sentinels, their branches swaying in the wind. For a moment, it was peaceful. But then the familiar itch returned, the heat in his veins, the urge to hunt. It was at that moment that he heard it. A rustling in the bushes. His heart skipped a beat, and his body instinctively tensed, coiling like a spring. His eyes locked onto the source of the sound. His mind screamed at him to stop, to walk away, but his body was already moving. It was a small animal, a squirrel, darting out of the underbrush. Wang Lin's vision snapped to focus, and in that instant, the world slowed down. He could see the animal's every movement, the twitch of its fur, the rapid flicker of its eyes. His senses heightened even more, and before he could stop himself, his legs were moving, faster than humanly possible. The chase was on. He was a blur of motion, bounding through the trees, his feet barely touching the ground. His breath came in sharp, quick gasps, his body a machine driven by instinct. He could hear the squirrel's frantic movements, feel its fear in the air. He was closing in on it. It was a hunt that he was hunting. In the span of a few seconds, he had closed the distance, leaping forward, his hand stretching out to grab the animal. It was only at the last moment that he realized what he was doing. But it was too late. His fingers closed around the squirrel's tiny body with terrifying force, and the world snapped back into focus. He stood there, his breath ragged, his chest heaving with the exertion, staring down at the creature in his hands. It wasn't the animal's life that shook him, it was the fact that he wanted it. He had hunted it, chased it down with the precision and single-mindedness of a predator. And he had enjoyed it. It was a moment of clarity that hit him like a punch to the gut. The animal inside him wasn't just a passing sensation. It wasn't something that could be ignored or tamed. It was becoming him. The more he fought it, the more it controlled him. His instincts, his urges, his violent impulses, they weren't the side effects of the experiment. They were the real cost of his transformation. Wang Lin dropped the squirrel, and it scampered away, its tiny heart still racing from the terror. He watched it go, his mind reeling with what he had just done. His body was still trembling, the adrenaline pumping through his veins. He wasn't sure if he was disgusted, horrified, or just numb, but one thing was clear: he couldn't go back to the life he had before. He wasn't the same person anymore. He couldn't pretend to be. The next day, Dr. Liu called. She had been trying to reach him for hours, her voice strained when he finally answered. "Mr. Wang," she said, "we've been monitoring your progress, and we've noticed some troubling behavior. We need you to come in for another session. The enhancements are working, perhaps too well. You're exhibiting signs of aggression and uncontrolled impulses. We need to assess the situation before it escalates further." Wang Lin didn't say anything for a long moment. He stared at the phone, the words echoing in his mind. He had no interest in returning to the clinic, no desire to sit in front of Dr. Liu and pretend everything was okay. But he also knew that he couldn't live like this forever. He couldn't live with the animal inside him, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the next hunt, the next fight, the next explosion of violence. "What if I don't come back?" he asked quietly. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Dr. Liu finally spoke, her voice was softer, almost understanding. "I don't think you have much of a choice, Mr. Wang. You've already crossed a line. If you don't come back, the changes may become permanent, irreversible." For the first time, Wang Lin didn't know what to do. He didn't know who he was anymore, or what he had become. He could feel the animal inside him, pushing against the walls of his mind, eager to break free, and deep down, he knew that the price of evolution, this price, was something he might never be able to pay.